Okay. So much talking in so little time. Okay, I wanted to talk about sort of my mindset and time constraints when working in personal projects. So one problem is that I need to create a lot of content in a short amount of time. And some of the solutions are that I try to cut corners and cheat as much as I can. So every aspect of the project doesn't need to be perfect, but if you just start with a very basic idea, you sort of free up time, and you can put that time into the assets and objects that are most visible in your scene later on. You don't want to spend, 5 days on, a screw that is like.
Hello, everyone, and welcome.
So what I do is I create stuff very simple at first, and then I iterate. So there's tree creature, for instance. The mesh to the left there is very just like raw and not pretty at all. But I can still, decimate it, bring it into a Blender file, rig it up, since if I have locked joint positions, and then I can animate it. And then I'm like, I want to, improve it, and then go back to the modeling phase, improve it, bring it into the rig scene, and just transfer the skin weights. So here's something that is important. Evaluate things in context. So if your shot is going to look like the image to the left here, with the eagle is very small in frame, you don't want to, you don't want to sit close and like, put amazing amount of details in the feathers and stuff like that. Another thing I do to save time is that I avoid UVs as much as I can when it comes to environment and non-deforming props. So I use triplanar mapping as much as I can.
Надо все-таки автореконнект какой-то сюда, видимо. На YouTube-то и так... Ну вот на YouTube что-то писали, помню, ну это когда было? Раз в полгода? Ну вот. Тогда это отсюда ничего не работает. Но это я уже не могу сюда приконнектиться. Что за браузер? YouTube все равно нужен. Twitch не всегда у него включается вот это вот 160p, чтобы можно было смотреть. 140p, а на YouTube можно в 140p смотреть. То есть, если ультра хуёвый интернет, просто вот нажимает 140p и смотрится, блядь, и все нормально. Twitch такого не делает, поэтому тоже в этом есть смысл. Печально только, что мало как-то это реализовано. Тысячи видео, да. КЗ, зачем это нужно?
This is a thing called box mapping in Blender, but like in other software is known as triplanar mapping. And I will go over that at the end.
Hello everybody out there, this is Uttar Singh from Smart Tech, and today I'm going to show you guys what triplanar mapping is. If you don't know what planar mapping is, this is going to be very simple. It's just another method.
We need to map our texture from 3 planes and mix them together in the object. To know which plane...
Все-таки ни один нормальный человек не будет на Ютубе начинать ничего рассказывать, это же очевидно.
Hello everybody out there, this is Uttar Singh from Smart.
Тот же пакистанец, что и до этого. Никто не скажет, что это такое. Видимо, там просто нету...
Look at my objects. You'll always be mapped to the screen. Now, if you want to move this texture, scale it, and my vertical, I'll compile, repeating twice. So actually, it has a width of 1 meter.
The end of the presentation. I also do a lot of use auto remesh tools as much as I can. So sculpting is just like I just have a very rough mesh. I don't care about topology at all, just woo, and then I auto remesh with either zero
Типа хз. Сначала там, видимо, нет никаких этих полигонов-то, потом, видимо, как-то оно... Потом они появляются, а потом, типа... Там, где больше деталей, там больше должно
Zero
полигонов.
measure in ZBrush, and now we have the quadra measure add-on in Blender, and also quadra mesh that is implemented in Blender 2.81 as well. And then when you have an auto mesh, you can just go in and fix the areas that are not working out really well. And usually this is stuff like face, hands, feet, that kind of thing. And also, don't be too afraid of triangles and n-gons. I've done my fair share of rigging in my days, so I can say that as long as something looks good and deforms good, it's okay. Sometimes, I'm not saying that people should use bad topology all the time, but it's also important to think about when it's okay to use it, and sometimes you really have to make it work. So, Tiger Shader, I just wanted to go over this like a very brief overview of how I created that effect. So it's basically having these color fields where they appear to be moving across the surface of the tiger. So it's a rather simple idea, really. You can see here that I have the tiger, and I have created a hand-painted texture, which consists of, it's basically an ID texture, so it's painted in R, G, and B, red, blue, green, and blue. And it's just a very normal UV layout, and here you can see the texture as well. So I also created a secondary UV set where I took a copy of the tiger, just folded up the arms, the legs to the back and straightened out the tail. And then if I put in an arrow texture on this one for this side projection, the arrow sort of appears to be flowing through the shape of the tiger. So here you can see me, I have the arrow texture, and if I use the mapping node and move it, the texture appeared to be moving through the surface of the tiger. So here I'm just adding a noise texture and adding the contrast a bit. Putting in a mix node, pause. Okay, thank you. So, mapping can also be seen like, it can be X, Y, and Z, right? But it can also be seen as colors, red, green, and blue. So if I put a mix node, put it to add, and just add a green value, it basically moves, the texture appears to be moving up and down in UV space. So I can use this to sort of deform the texture as it moves through the tiger. Play! Great. So as you can see, when I drag the slider there, it appears to be moving up and down. So I can add a noise texture, and this is consisting of 3 colors, right? Red, green, and blue. But I only want to use the green values to displace the texture. So I multiply the noise texture with green, so there's no red or blue information. And now it's just displacing a bit too much, so I'm adding a math node and just offsetting these values minus 0.5. So now you can see with the arrow texture that it sort of forms a bit as it will move through the surface of the tiger. So this sort of way of working is just to add some more interesting deformation to the noise texture. Yeah, so here I have the ID texture that I painted earlier, and I'm just separating out the red channel here. I'm just adding a mix node and connecting the noise texture to that mix node. So I'm basically multiplying the red channel of the ID texture with the noise texture, right? And then I slide the mapping. And now in Blender 2.81, we suddenly have access to, okay, pause. Thank you. We suddenly have access to time offsets in noise textures as well. So that's really handy for just creating variants of noise as well. So, and here on the left there, I have something, a little node that's kind of out of frame that says my time. And it's basically just a value that is keyed to match the current frame of the time slider. and then I multiply that with minus 0.1. So if I just connect the time to the mapping of the texture of the tiger, the texture will appear to be moving forward, right? So I have to make it move the other way. So that's why the -1. And then I just combine this to a XYZ vector and plug it into the location. Okay, play.
Разве не выдает какие-то там пульты, чтобы можно было кнопку нажать, чтобы продолжилось и остановить самому? Кричать там нужно, чтобы в ручном режиме остановить.
The red channel plus the noise texture. Now I have this great setup there, and I can just group it to one of these group nodes in Blender's shading system. Okay, play. Great, so that's the node group that I get. And I just changed the input values to, the first one is frame and the second one is offset. And the offset is just changing the time of the noise texture, basically. So what am I doing now? So now I have to do the same setup for the green channel, right? And since I've already created a node group of the basic setup, I can just combine the ID of the green channel, the green channel of the ID texture with the noise texture. And here I'm just realizing, oh, I forgot to disconnect that arrow texture. So I'm making sure that I get the noise texture as an output. And then I can just, now I have the red channel and the green channel fixed. So I just combine those with a mix node by using add. Cool. So now I just need to add the, oh yeah, and now I'm thinking, oh, it moves a bit too fast. Now I can just use a multiply value and just lower that value that multiplies so the noise texture doesn't move as fast to the tiger. Okay, just selecting those, duplicating, and multiplying again the blue channel with the animated noise, and combining it with the rest of the channels with a mix node that is set to add. And now I just tidy it up a bit so it's more clean and visible what I'm doing with each of the different node sets. So now I basically have this mask, right? Consisting of different IDs and different noises. And I can multiply each of these masks with the color that I choose, and you basically get this sort of effect. And then I just create an emission node, pipe in these color values, and combine it with just a normal BSDF shader that is black. And now I see it in the, the amazing Eevee viewport, just seeing everything moving. Oh, and pause. Yeah, I realized I made a mistake here. So the noise is not moving perfectly in the x-axis, it's also moving up, right? So I realized I had, by accident, connected it to the y in the combine XYZ node there. Play. Yep, so now I can drag the time slider, everything moves to the tiger. Very cool. It's just amazing to work in this sort of environment. Just having the animation playing in real time, having the shading, the noise moving in real time as well. Thank you. Am I way over time-wise? It's all good. Okay, great. This is the final thing. So I'm going to go over triplanar mapping, or box mapping as it's called in Blender. And this is something that is really useful for objects that are not deforming, basically. So it could be, pillars, environment stuff. It works great with scaling, rotating, and translating. But this particular setup will sort of have texture sliding if you start deforming your model. So here's the same model on the left and the right side. It doesn't have any UVs whatsoever. The left one is texture mapped by UVs, and the right one is texture mapped by using the object output and using box mapping in the texture node. So you see that it's just like, yeah, working off the bat. So the main idea is to have, from the texture coordinate, you take the object output, and then you usually have a mapping node, right, for scaling it and stuff like that. And then you put it into the texture node, into the vector input, and then you change it to box, and you adjust the blend so you don't get any hard edges where the different axes meet, basically. So here's an example. I have this model, just adding some kind of metal shader. And I'm using the object output, connecting it to a mapping node, changing the texture to using box. And now I can scale it. And I just add a color ramp and crank up the contrast a bit. And you can see there how there's a line. And if I use blend, it just blends super nice. And I connect that to the roughness of the shader and just adjust the values so I get something that looks a little bit more appealing. And what do we have here? Yeah, I'm going to create some kind of very simple rust shader as well. Just connect the same texture. And in the color ramp, I just change it so it looks more like a rust kind of color values. Then I connect the color, output of the color to the base color, right? So now we get something that looks somewhat decent. And I can combine these two shaders with a mix node and either show the metal shader or the rust shader, right? So now I just take another color ramp, create a very contrasty look, and I can use this as a mask and put it into the factor of the mix node, and thereby combining these two shaders. And I haven't done any UVs, I haven't done any hand-painted texture, it's just off the bat very fast. And you can do this kind of shading as complex as you want, and once you've done it, you can just replicate it to other objects in your scene. So here I'm just using the ambient occlusion node, which amazingly enough works in Eevee, and I can use that output as a mask and combine it with the rust or the blending mask, just contrast it up. So this means that I get more rust where you have more ambient occlusion, basically. And this setup works both in Blender and Cycles as well. Yep. And then you just, adjust the values. And this is usually how I start, just something very basic, and then you add features on top of the shading. Of course, this is a very basic setup, but it's super useful. Oh, that's the end of my presentation. Okay.
So for instance, with 3D printing, usually you need a very nice continuous surface. So if your component, it makes the match just using the same name. So if the component have some shape keys that are A, B, C, D, and you have the same name for the vertex group of the and I can. The idea was to working with additive stereotomies. So, for example, you can make a component that have a kind of flower, I don't know, and you can combine them, and at some point with those rules, you can check in. So, if you are trypophobic, close your eyes. If you are scared about holes, but if you understand how to control some of them. So this wall is kind of, looks like tissue. I mean, it's a working estimate or displays where to the normals. But it's also interesting to be surprised of what came out just from very simple geometries. And similar, but a bit different, is the frame mode. Frame mode is like a customizable version of the wireframe modifier. So you have almost the same settings of a wireframe modifier, but you can define the aspect of your wireframe.
Hi, I'm going to show you very quick.
Hello, welcome back to BS Live. Today we're gonna take a look at the first version of SpareChalk that gonna work on Blender 2.8. Currently we have actually Blender 2.8 like slow down a little bit. This this is SpareChalk in intro.
Ici sur Install et en allant chercher le fichier zip que vous avez téléchargé. Ensuite, vous devez avoir ici le node SpareChalk. Donc là, on a la documentation et on a différentes informations et des possibilités de préférence. J'ai installé le plugin sur la version de Blender 2.81. Nous allons faire appel à l'introduction aux composants modulaires. Alors ici, j'ai créé deux fenêtres. Ici, j'ai la fenêtre 3D View. Et là, vous voyez, j'ai la fenêtre avec Sharkbox Node. Donc ici, je fais New. Donc je crée un nouveau, disons, arbre de nœuds. Alors nous allons créer un exemple extrêmement simple, mais pour bien comprendre le processus, il faudrait que vous ayez une compréhension générale des vecteurs et de la trigonométrie. Autrement, ça deviendra très difficile. Et puis ensuite, il faudrait avoir une expérience en mathématiques. Et si ce n'est pas le cas, je vous conseille un site internet que j'ai découvert aussi, qui est absolument extraordinaire et qui permet donc de comprendre, par exemple, la trigonométrie, enfin les mathématiques en général. C'est ce site internet, c'est donc le site Khan Academy, où là il faudra vous loguer, mais tout est gratuit. Et puis ici, eh bien, vous avez donc le choix entre plusieurs branches différentes. Alors ici, j'ai été juste regarder pour voir comment c'est expliqué. La trigonométrie dans le triangle rectangle. Juste pour vous donner le goût, j'ai ici extrait donc un petit bout de la leçon sur la trigonométrie. Alors, je vais agrandir la fenêtre.
La trigonométrie, qu'est-ce que c'est? Parfois, quand je présente ce mot à une classe d'élèves qui n'en a jamais entendu parler, j'ai des regards horrifiés. Ils se demandent, mais qu'est-ce qui va se passer? On va entrer dans la 5e dimension, on va tous avoir 0 à notre prochain contrôle. Qu'est-ce qui va se passer là? Eh bien non, je te rassure tout de suite, la trigonométrie, c'est assez simple. Que veut dire ce mot? Trigo, ça veut dire triangle, et métrie, ça veut dire mesure. Donc, on va mesurer des choses à propos d'un triangle. Donc un triangle, c'est 3 côtés. On va faire le lien entre la longueur de ces côtés et les angles du triangle, tout simplement. Alors, on va d'abord s'intéresser à un type particulier de sinus d'un angle. L'abréviation.
Et puis, ce sera... Et voilà, j'utilise le même principe avec une autre formule.
And I'm here to talk about Spreadshock. It's a node-based system for designing parametric objects. And I will start by showing a short movie. The first part is made by me, and the second part is cut by Nikitron, that's the main developer behind the project. These are the few manufactured objects, like a table, a bar disk, and this 3D printed thing. So, my name is Lin Singh. I'm a Swedish architect. I'm not a developer. And if you will look at the Spreadshock source code, I think it will, after a while, become sadly clear that it's not a professional quality Python add-on, but it's a working add-on, and it can do some very nice things. I started in early 2014. I did these two nodes that you can see down to the left first. A simple thing to get a series of floating values, and I added the seed set kernel. I choose it because Frank Gehry once said, a fish is architecture, but a cow is not. Another simple example is you can manipulate the vertex weights of a mesh, which can be very useful in this very simple example. We use the dot product that we remap to a different range based on the vertex normal from this mesh. And many techniques that you can do with Spreadshock, you can do with different add-ons or different things. But this is a generic tool set that you can, this I want to show you, or different things. But this is a generic tool set that you can do many different results. Position them using and by changing the parameters here of the width, the diameter of the circle, we can do whatever we want with it. And we position the circles by creating a list of numbers that we input into a vector. We get a series of vectors that are locations for a matrix, and we displace the vertices using a matrix operation. And from there you recalculate. Becoming harder to try to change it, and for example, you could do.
Any quick questions from the audience?
Could be redone, and that will probably break some.
For teaching what is parametric design.
Yes.
Hello, this is Nikita, and tool. We have three nodes. Recalc normals is maybe we need number formula and repeater it was Peter and was repeater, his brother. Repeater level 2. We can play
technique and do a tessellation. So I create tissue, tessellate, and here in component XY I can use constant objects. So sometimes can happen that because of the rotation of the faces, like for example RZ9, 90, if the rotation is not aligned, when you do tessellation you can get this. So you see that it creates the branch in a rotated way. So in that case I don't have matching between the end of those branches and the beginning of those. So at the beginning you probably have to check which is the rotation of the face, and if it doesn't work you just need to rotate of 90 degrees or 180 degrees. Okay, it works. So now what I want to do is to repeat that operation with several iterations. So we can change the settings, and we can also, okay, it's important prevent this effect. I have to increase the number of, okay,
Hello everybody. I would like to talk about the morphing tessellation that you can do using tissue. And in order to see how it works, we will use the latest version of tissue that is not the one that is for the moment shipped with Blender 2.80. I did some update in the code. So if you go to my GitHub page, you will see that for Blender 2.80, the latest release is the version 0330. So from here you can download it. If probably, I mean, if you want to use the latest version, just check my GitHub and you will see which is the latest version that I've developed. So for the moment we will use this version, and in this case we have a base object that is this geometry, this abstract geometry here, and we have a component that is this simple object that we can see here. In the base geometry, I'm using some modifiers, in particular subdivision surface, because I want to do a patch tessellation. Patch tessellation means that instead of using just the flat faces that normally you have in a mesh, I would like to use the faces that are smooth using a subdivision surface. So basically the patches that you see when you have a subdivision surface and optimal display on. So if you just use the oh, maybe it was already patched. Oh yes, this is squad that use the geometry without modifier. The patch use the geometry out of the modifier, but keeping the sides of the faces before the last subdivision surface. I have only one subdivision surface, so this is the only one that we take into consideration. So let's move this object here and just make it a little bit thinner, 0.5. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now let's assume that we want to change the shape of a component along this geometry, so that we don't want to keep the component with the same shape in every part of the object. First thing that we need to do, let me just hide the wireframe in this case. Okay. So the first thing that we need to do is to create a vertex group in the original mesh, because this vertex group will inform the gradient, according to a gradient, how this component will morph along the surface. In order to create a vertex group, you can just go to weight paint and start painting on our geometry, or maybe selecting the correct one, this one, weight paint, and we can start painting this object. Basically, when you paint using weight paint, you add information to each vertex. Those information are called vertex groups, and each vertex can contain a value that goes from 0, that is the blue, to 1, that is the red. You can paint it manually. You can select some vertices and press assign to the vertex group, defining before which is the weight value that you want to assign manually. For instance, I assign 1 here and I want to assign 0.5 here. If I go to weight paint, you will see that now here is red and here is green. But there are also other ways that you can use in order to assign those vertex groups. For example, you can use the vertex weight proximity, that is a modifier that allows to define the vertex group according to the rigging system. So when you create a first shape key, it will create the basis, that is the object as you see in that moment. So usually is the default object without any deformation. And then you can create a new shape key, and in this shape key you can add some modification. You can change a little bit the shape. The important thing is that shape keys doesn't add new vertices, doesn't delete vertices, doesn't add faces. They just keep different coordinates of existing vertices. So if you start to extrude or delete some parts when you have the shape keys, you can see sometimes some weird result. In this case, if we go to edit mode, now we are editing the key one. So for instance, we can select this loop of faces here and we scale it down, making this element more close. Okay, if I return to object mode, you will see that the object is still the same. But now you see that in this key 1 we can change the value using this slider, and changing this value you will see that the object will morph along the Z. This is open. And also using the shape keys in Blender you can combine them with vertex group. So let's say for example that we want to use this vertex group here. In this case you see how these components change along the Z according to a vertex group. Okay, but if you want to create, for example, more effect, if you want to have more groups, and if you want to combine them automatically without changing the parameter manually here, you can create, let's create, for example, a new vertex group here. Maybe maybe we can use a gradient along the x, Rx. Okay, great. And we can call this group close, and we can call this other group, let's say that we want to combine with an increase of thickness of the component, or maybe we can change the green part. Maybe we can call it thickness. Mesh, you can just choose like this with a three-dimensional component along the surface, value in the tessellation. You see, same value. Okay, I hope that this was clear. If you have questions, please add in the comment, and any feedback is appreciated. Enjoy.
Or still image out of Blender and into a beautiful image or video. To see how this all works and what options you might have for this process, let's go into the Render Settings tab of the Properties editor. This is labeled with the backwards facing camera icon. This tab can be a bit intimidating, so in this video we'll be introducing the important settings and going over some specific ones in the next few videos. But before we go over anything here, you'll want to learn how to render. To render a still image, go to the render menu in the top left and select Render Image. To render your entire playback range, simply go into the same render menu and select Render Animation. For hotkey users, you can press F12 to render an image and Ctrl F12 to render an animation. Now let's go back to our Render tab and do a quick overview of some of the settings that will affect these renders. The first setting is your render engine. This is a drop-down menu with 3 different engines: Eevee, Cycles, and Workbench. The differences in each engine are covered in the Introduction to Shading video, but I'll go over them once again. Eevee is your real-time render engine. This is currently Blender's default engine and is node-based, just like Cycles. In fact, Eevee and Cycles can share nodes between each other. This means you can often preview your shader in Eevee and render in Cycles later. Why would you want to do this? Because Cycles is a more accurate, more realistic engine, but takes a lot longer to render. Workbench is Blender's preview render engine. It is technically the same engine that drives solid view in the viewport, and so you know generally how it looks, but Workbench as a separate render engine exists so that you can keep your render output settings for your preview animations the same, while still being able to work flexibly in the viewport. Depending on what engine you have selected, you will see different settings below. I'm going to quickly go over each one, but I do recommend experimenting with these settings when you can. Let's start with Eevee. Immediately you'll see a sampling setting, which allows you to set how many samples Eevee will take during render, both in viewport and at render time. The higher the samples, the more accurately the engine will calculate your shaders. Both Cycles and Workbench have this setting as well. Next, you'll see a few things that will directly affect a lot of the visual aspects of your render, namely ambient occlusion, bloom, depth of field, subsurface scattering, screen space reflections, motion blur, volumetric, hair, shadows, and indirect lighting. These are engine specific, and I recommend you play around with each one as their settings can go quite deep, but their names should make it self-explanatory what they will affect. To test them out, simply go into Rendered View in the viewport and adjust freely. Just so you know, for some of these features, such as motion blur, you'll have to enter the camera view. Film is a setting that is shared by all 3 render engines. One of the most used settings in this category is the transparent checkbox. This affects the sky. If you click transparent, Blender will automatically replace the sky with full transparency for your output image. Simplify is also a shared render setting between all 3 engines. It actually pertains more to the scene itself, but does have settings that can affect render. Basically what it does is disable subdivision modifiers past a specific value to reduce the overall poly count of your scene. This is typically used to help the viewport run more smoothly, but also has a value to specify max subdivisions at render. Freestyle is a powerful tool that allows you to do non-photorealistic outlines and strokes in your render based on a plethora of different settings. However, this checkbox is to simply enable it at render. The real freestyle settings are in the View Layer tab. Freestyle is also available in Cycles, but not in Workbench. And finally, we have Color Management, which is also available for all 3 render engines. This one is pretty self-explanatory. It manages color. Feel free to experiment with these settings as they will affect how your colors are interpreted for your output render. Now, if we switch over to the Cycles render engine, you'll see that the options we have are slightly different. The first thing you'll notice is the ability to switch between CPU and GPU. This is a very important setting for those wishing to take advantage of their graphics cards to decrease render times. If you don't have GPU as an option or it's grayed out after selecting GPU, you might need to go into your preferences, go to System and select CUDA. If your graphics card is not listed underneath here, it may not be supported. But if it is, make sure it's checked and then go back to your GPU CPU drop down, and it should be working just fine. Sampling works the same as Eevee, but has a few extra settings you can play around with. Light paths gives you options to change the accuracy of the light in exchange for render times. The volume and hair settings will affect the quality of volumetric shaders and hair particles respectively at render. You can see these in the rendered viewport for testing, but motion blur is not real time for cycles. For that to be visible, you'll have to render an image by pressing F12. Performance is an important setting for cycles, especially if you're switching between GPU and CPU rendering. Tiles are what Blender divides your image into. During render, Blender will complete the render of a tile or chunk first before moving on to the next one. The most efficient way to divide up your render depends on each shot, but the general rule of thumb for CPUs is to keep the tile relatively small, as CPUs can render multiple tiles simultaneously. Default settings usually work great for CPU rendering. However, for GPU rendering, the general rule of thumb is to keep the tile large, as it only renders one tile at a time. So you'll want to adjust the tile size accordingly. For GPU rendering, I typically recommend a tile size of 256 by 256. There are also a few other settings you can play around with. And finally, the Bake category includes the Bake button. This button is used to bake lighting into textures so you can use them instead of recalculating the lights every time. Now let's go over the workbench settings. But if you're already familiar with the viewport solid view settings, you'll find these to be very similar. Workbench also has sampling, but generally it does not have to be very high, especially since Workbench is mostly for preview renders. As usual, if you want to see how each of these settings affects your render, simply go into rendered mode in the viewport and tweak them as you like. The Workbench specific settings here are lighting, color, and additional options. Lighting allows you to change how your scene is being lit. Studio is your default, and you can choose different presets by clicking on this sphere. You can also click the globe icon to rotate the light source direction. Matte cap is another great way to see your scene very clearly, especially during sculpting or modeling. More matte cap presets can be found by clicking on the sphere. Flat is just giving all your objects a single color with no lighting. The color settings allow you to change the color of the objects in your scene based on different parameters. My favorite option is the random option, as it gives every object a random color and makes everything super easy to see. Under options, you'll have miscellaneous stylized options that affect your scene visually, such as X-ray, shadows, depth of field, and outline. That's it for the render tab settings. However, there's also much to be learned about the related output settings tab right below it. This is labeled with the printer icon tab. Here is where you'll be able to change information regarding your render output file, such as resolution, file path, file format, and metadata. This tab is not render engine specific. Now that you've gotten a general idea of what these render settings are for, I'm going to go a little bit more into detail about some of these settings in the next few videos. Dimensions and metadata are two settings that can be found in the Render Output tab. This is labeled with the printer icon in the Properties editor. Dimensions simply refers to the resolution of the final output image. For example, most HD images and videos are 1920 pixels by 1080 pixels. You can set your resolution by left-clicking the number and manually typing a new one, or you can left-click drag to slide the value left or right as you see fit. It's important to know that when you change your output resolution, the shape of your camera will change to match the aspect ratio of your output resolution. This percentage value represents your ability to reduce the resolution very quickly for, say, test renders. If you want a 1080 final output, but you want your next few renders to be test footage only, you can reduce the resolution with a percentage factor to minimize render times and file size. The aspect slider is simply another way to quickly multiply your X or Y resolution values by a scalar. Render region is a checkbox that is very important if you want to only render a small region of your camera. However, you'll notice that if you check this box, nothing actually happens or changes, except when you go into camera view, your camera is now outlined in a dotted red line. That's because currently your entire camera is selected as the region you want rendered. To change this region, simply go to the View menu, go to View Regions, and select Render Region. This will give you the ability to draw a rectangular area on your screen to specify which part of your frame you want rendered. This will become represented by the dotted red line. For hotkey users, simply press Ctrl B to begin drawing your render rectangle. It's important to note that if you draw a render region with the Render Region checkbox turned off, it will automatically check this box for you. To clear your render region and simultaneously turn off the render region checkbox, simply go back into the View menu, go to View Regions, and select Clear Render Region. For hotkey users, simply press Ctrl-Alt-B. Crop to Render Region is a checkbox that will reduce your image dimensions to match the render region dimensions. If you don't have this checked, the final output image will not be reduced, and will still be the same dimensions as it would be if it rendered the whole image. However, only the rendered region will be visible, with the rest of the frame being transparent. The frame start and end values are the same values you see on your timeline. They are synced, so changing the start and end frames of your playback region in one place will affect the other. The step value will affect how many frames you step forward before rendering the next frame. By default, the value is 1, which is the minimum value. This means that it will render every single frame. However, if you decide you only want to render every 2 frames or every 10th frame in the timeline, you can specify that here. This does not affect viewport playback, however. Frame rate is simply how many frames per second are meant to be played during playback. This can affect both viewport playback and rendered animation playback. Time remapping is a setting that will help you very quickly retime your animation to be faster or slower, stretching or squashing the existing keyframes based on the ratio you provide. Time remapping is not very commonly used, but can be used to quickly retime your animation to be faster or slower at render. Stereoscopy, roughly meaning 2 eyes, is basically the thing that makes 3D glasses necessary at 3D movies. It's a big topic, but to create a stereo 3D output, you'll need to enable this checkbox. You'll immediately notice options for the left and right eyes, which allow you to specify your preferred suffix for the file names, as each eye will need to be a separate image. Fun fact, you can also go into camera view to see how your scene might look in 3D, assuming you have some basic red and cyan 3D glasses. Metadata is another output setting that allows you to include additional information and stamp it onto your output file. If we open up this category here, we can see there is date, time, render time, frame number, etc. You also have the option to include a custom note. Now, right now, if we render our scene with the F12 hotkey, you'll see Blender render out a simple image of our camera perspective. However, there is currently no metadata visible. To show the metadata and include it in the output file, simply check the Burn into Image checkbox. Feel free to tweak the settings there, such as font size and transparency, to your liking. I hope this video gives you a good idea of how the dimensions and metadata settings affect your render. We'll go more into the file output settings in the next video. Oftentimes, the most important thing to get right about your render output is your output file itself. The settings for this Dimensions region, simply go to the View menu, go to View Regions, and select Render Region. region. This will give you the ability to draw a rectangular area on your screen to specify which part of your frame you want rendered. This will become represented by the dotted red line. For hotkey users, simply press Ctrl B to begin drawing your render rectangle. It's important to note that if you draw a render region with the render region checkbox turned off, it will automatically check this box for you. To clear your render region and simultaneously turn off the render region checkbox, simply go back into the View menu, go to View Regions, and select Clear Render Region. For hotkey users, simply press Ctrl-Alt-B. Crop to Render Region is a checkbox that will reduce your image dimensions to match the render region dimensions. This can be found in the Output category in your Output Properties tab. This is the tab labeled with a printer icon. Here you can immediately see a line where you specify your file output path. Simply click on the folder icon to open the file browser for easy navigation, or left-click the path and type it manually. You will want to make sure to include a file name at the end of this path, but don't include the extension, as that will be provided for you as a checkbox below. Very quickly, I'll go over these checkboxes. Overwrite is a checkbox to specify that if a file name is identical, simply overwrite it without confirmation. This is on by default for a reason, because if you check this off and you start a render after already rendering your scene once, the files generated by the previous render will not be updated, therefore your new render will not be recorded. There are times where you would want this, but most of the time I recommend leaving this checked on. Placeholders is a great way to create the file name before the render finishes. By default, the file itself does not get generated until the render is done with that frame. Cache results will save your render cache, aka your slots, as an open EXR file, which can sometimes speed up compositing calculations in post-processing. This is relatively situational, and default settings for all four of these checkboxes are typically fine. Next, you have your file format. This should be familiar territory if you've ever worked with images or videos before. PNG is a great image file format to use, and your render will output each frame as a separate PNG file on your hard drive. Feel free to use any of the other file format options Blender has available. If you choose a movie file, you'll have an additional section called Encoding that has settings you should tweak. For starters, your actual file extension will be specified by the container value. Also, to make sure you include any existing audio in your render, make sure to select an audio codec from the drop-down menu. Quick and very important tip: even if you're rendering an animation, it is recommended to output image sequences instead of movie files. This is because in case your render fails midway, the files up to that point for your image sequence have already been output, so you can still pick up where your image sequence left off. However, if you are rendering a movie file format, a render that fails halfway will never even become a single file, as it will output a corrupted, incomplete file, leaving you to start over completely from frame 1. Color type lets you choose between black and white, RGB, or RGB plus alpha. RGBA allows your images to include transparency and is usually recommended, especially if you're rendering out passes. Color depth changes the amount of color information in your image. Compression simply affects the file size of your output. Now that we've gotten those settings out of the way, let's quickly show how this works. I'm going to go ahead and animate my cube really quick. I can then render it out by going to the Render menu. Here we have two options, Render Image or Render Animation. If you were to select Render Animation, you would see the output files being automatically generated for you like so. For hotkey users, you can simply press Ctrl F12. Once your rendered animation is done, you can also view your rendered animation by going to the Render menu and selecting View Animation. For hotkey users, you can simply press Ctrl F11. Now, if you were to select Render Image instead of Render Animation, Blender will not output a file for you automatically, as this would actually overwrite a lot of important frames when running single frame test renders. But let me show you how to save a single frame if you need it. Let's go back to the Render menu and select Render Image. For hotkey users, you can simply press F12. From the new Render window, which is simply an image editor popped out, you can go to the Image menu at the top and select Save As. This will allow you to save the image as a new file using the output settings you specified in the Properties editor. If you don't see this new render window, simply go to the Render menu and select View Render. For hotkey users, you can press F11. Sampling is a setting for all three render engines in Blender at the moment, but in this video we'll be specifically talking about sampling in Cycles. You can argue that out of the three render engines, Cycles relies on sampling the most. The higher the samples, the more accurate the light calculations will be. But instead of explaining it, let's just demonstrate this real quick. If we go into our Cycles render engine, we can play around with the sample settings. For the sake of demonstration, let's bring the render samples down to something low. Let's say 10. Now we can render out a test image by going to the Render menu and selecting Render Image. Or you can press F12. If you look very closely, you can see that the image is very grainy and has a bit of noise. Now what I want to do is preserve this render so I can compare it to the new render I'm about to make with some tweaked settings. We can do that by simply changing the slot number. You can change your slot number by selecting a new slot from this drop-down menu here, or pressing J or any number on the number row. I'm going to go ahead and go to slot 2, which will save our previous render in slot 1 as we render a new test. So now we can go ahead and go to our sample settings again and change it to 400. Now if we render it, you'll notice first of all that it will take a lot longer. This is the byproduct of increasing the number of samples. However, the trade-off is that our new render is much smoother. There is very little noise and it looks and feels great. This is the difference between low samples and high samples. However, not every person or project will be able to afford the longer render times for higher samples. So let's say if we absolutely have to render a project with lower samples that has noise, what would that look like? Well, we can simply shorten our playback region to be about 10 frames or so and render out some tests. Let's bring our samples back down to 10 and hit Ctrl F12 to render an animation. As you can see, there is definitely noise in this animation. But there's something interesting about it because it's the same noise in every frame, even when the camera and objects are moving. This can be a bit jarring and very distracting in animations, but there is a value under the advanced options called seed. Seed is basically just another word for randomizer, as it provides random algorithms that can be re-referenced with a seed index. But anyway, this seed is what drives the random pattern of our noise in our render. If you prefer not to have the same pattern of noise in every frame of your render, simply press the clock next to the seed value. Let's try the render again, but with a different file name output to compare the difference. As you can see, the noise is now different for every frame, giving it a more natural look even if it's grainy. Now this is great, but ideally we still don't want any noise at all, but we still want to have short render times. Believe it or not, this is actually possible with the denoiser. Cycles actually comes with a denoising function that will help remove a lot of the noise left over from lower sample renders. This setting is not actually located in the render settings, but rather in the View Layer settings. Simply go there and scroll to the very bottom to check the denoising checkbox. Naturally, there are more settings under the denoising checkbox that you can tweak if necessary, but default settings work pretty great already. Sampling is a very important part of the Cycles workflow, and hopefully this video helps you understand it enough to get started with making your renders even better. In order for Eevee to be such a powerful and fast renderer, there are a lot of different methods Eevee uses to calculate lighting compared to engines like Cycles. To start off, let's look at the Render tab in our Properties editor. In here, with Eevee selected as our render engine, you can see several settings that pertain to how Eevee calculates lighting and visuals. This includes several effects such as ambient occlusion, bloom, screen space reflections, and motion blur. In this video, we'll learn how to view each one of these effects and how to adjust their settings. To enable any of these, simply click the checkbox on the left. You can also expand each category by clicking the arrow on the left. However, you may notice that checking these makes no visible difference in the viewport. This is because we are in solid view. In order to view in real time the differences each of these settings might make, simply change your viewport mode to rendered view. You can do that by clicking the rightmost sphere in the top right hand corner of the viewport or pressing the Z key and using the pie menu there. Once in rendered mode, You can test each of these settings to see how they might affect your render. Enabling ambient occlusion will be most apparent at the corners or crevices of your scene. To show this better, let's go ahead and add a mesh plane object and scale it up to act as our floor. This is a real-life effect that can help make geometric detail really pop and often helps renders feel more 3D. Let's take a look at the ambient occlusion settings. Distance affects how far the ambient occlusion shadow extends from the corners. Factor affects the darkness of the shadow, and you can actually manually set it past the maximum of 1.0. For the rest of these ambient occlusion settings, feel free to hover over them for more information and experiment to get what you like. Bloom is basically another word for glow, but you'll notice when we enable it, it doesn't really change much in the viewport. That's because nothing in our scene is bright enough yet to trigger the bloom effect. But it's a very pretty effect, so let's see if we can get it to show up. Let's select our cube and go to the Material tab, indicated by the red material sphere icon at the bottom of our Properties editor. Here under Surface, we can see that we have the principled BSDF selected by default. This is great, but we want to make it bright. Well, luckily if we scroll down here, there is an emission value. This is a color that we can set. Let's drag the value slider all the way up so that it's the brightest white it can be. Now, this isn't bad, but it's not obvious enough for testing purposes. We can confirm that the bloom is working, however, if we go into our Render Settings tab again and check on and off the bloom checkbox. Yes, the cube is glowing slightly. But how do we make it really glow? Like, a lot. To make the emission even brighter, I'm going to use an emission shader. To do this, let's go into our cube's Materials tab in the Properties editor. We can then switch out our principled BSDF surface shader node for an emission node from the drop-down menu. Now we have a strength value we can increase to our heart's desire. I'm going to set the brightness of our emission to 10. Now that's a lot of bloom. Let's play around with our settings now. Feel free to adjust the threshold slider to determine how bright an object needs to be to start glowing. For example, our emission shader is at a strength of 10, and setting the threshold to 10 in the bloom settings actually stops the glow of the cube perfectly. You can also change the color of the glow, the radius of the glow, and the intensity of the glow. Setting a non-zero clamp value will also set the maximum intensity the glow can be in your scene. The knee value simply makes it so that those objects that are bordering the threshold of the bloom are given some slight leeway to fade the bloom so that the cutoff threshold doesn't look too visually jarring. Next is depth of field. This isn't actually a lighting effect, but I want to go over it anyway. This simulates a real-life camera effect that depends on the focus of the camera. This is when only certain parts of the image are clear, while the rest is blurry based on distance from the focal point. Before we test this out, I'm going to add a few monkeys at various distances throughout our scene so the effect is a bit more obvious. However, unlike the other two settings before it, this does not have a checkbox. This is because the depth of field setting is enabled for each camera object individually, while this setting is simply a way to set max blur size for the effect. To turn on the depth of field effect, we have to select our active camera. Then go to the green camera icon tab in the Properties editor and check depth of field from there. However, we still don't see any huge blurriness or depth of field effects. That's because we still have to set the focal length for the camera itself. Let's simply left-click drag the focus distance down to around 1. But still nothing? That's because the depth of field effect is only visible through the eyes of the active camera. So let's simply click this camera icon to change our view. Hotkey users can press 0 on the number pad instead. There we go. As you can see, everything in the image is blurry due to them being far away from the focus point. If we drag our focus distance back up slowly by holding Shift while sliding the slider, we can see the focus point moving through the scene, as certain objects get clearer and blurrier. But where is this focus point in 3D space? Well, we can actually scroll down here and go to Viewport Display, then check Limits. If we go back into our perspective view and drag the focus distance again, you can see that we can very easily adjust the distance how we need to. One more setting that affects depth of field greatly is the f-stop value. The lower this number, the blurrier the image can potentially be. To get a very shallow depth of field, where only a small portion of your frame is clear, you want a smaller f-stop. For a deep depth of field, where many things are clear, you'll want a larger f-stop. Also, going back to our Render Settings tab, we can adjust the depth of field max size value to clamp the blur amount for render efficiency. But default values typically work fine. The subsurface scattering setting affects how subsurface scattering is calculated. Up slowly by holding shift while sliding the slider, we can see the focus point moving through the scene, as certain objects get clearer and blurrier. But where is this focus point in 3D space? Well, we can also, going back to our Render Settings tab, we can adjust the depth of field max size value to clamp the blur amount for render efficiency. But default values typically work fine. The subsurface scattering setting affects how subsurface scattering is calculated. With a similar samples option to the global samples, these settings overall increase or decrease the quality of the subsurface scattering number pad instead. There we go. As you can see, everything in the image is blurry due to them being far away from the focus point. If we drag our focus distance back up slowly by holding shift while sliding the slider, we can see the focus point moving through the scene, as certain objects get clearer and blurrier. But where is this focus point in 3D space? Well, we can actually scroll down here and go to Viewport Display, then check Limits. If we go back into our perspective view and drag the focus distance again, you can see that we can very easily adjust the distance how we need to. One more setting that affects depth of field greatly is the f-stop value. The lower this number, the blurrier the image can potentially be. To get a very shallow depth of field, where only a small portion of your frame is clear, you want a smaller f-stop. For a deep depth of field where many things are clear, you'll want a larger f-stop. Also, going back to our Render Settings tab, we can adjust the depth of field max size value to clamp the blur amount for render efficiency. But default values typically work fine. The subsurface scattering setting affects how subsurface scattering is calculated. With a similar samples option to the global samples, these settings overall increase or decrease the quality of the subsurface scattering calculations. We can add a quick subsurface scattering shader to our monkey here by simply selecting it, going to the Materials tab, and dragging the subsurface slider on our principled BSDF shader all the way up to max. Now, as you can see, the monkey has a soft skin-like texture. But we're not really seeing the redness of the ears like we should. That's because there's one more setting in the material that we need to check. Let's select our monkey and go to the Material tab. If you scroll down, you'll notice the option for Subsurface Translucency. This will allow light to pass through the ears and other thin parts of the mesh to give a more realistic skin shader effect. By moving our light object closer to the monkey, we can really see more clearly both the translucency of the ear and the banding artifacts of subsurface scattering approximation. Now, to get rid of the banding artifacts, we can increase the samples to increase the resolution of the effect, while jitter helps hide some of the banding by randomizing it a bit. Separate albedo preserves the colors a bit better but uses more video memory. Screen space reflections is used specifically to approximate reflective and refractive surfaces in our scene. If we go back into our Materials tab, we can select our plane object and add a new material. Then decrease roughness to 0.2. As you can see, we now have a very shiny floor, but there are no reflections of our objects, only our lights. Although technically it's also reflecting our background. I'm going to add a checker texture to my world shader to make that a bit more obvious. Anyway, by enabling screen space reflections, objects will actually start to appear in the reflection on the floor plane. The settings here will affect various aspects of the reflection. Roughness, for those who don't know, is how you set how clear the reflection looks. The rougher it is, the more diffuse the reflection, whereas mirrors are typically a roughness of 0. Max roughness here is similar to threshold in that anything above the roughness value will not display reflections. This saves screen space reflections for only the shiniest of reflective shaders. Trace precision will affect the quality of the reflections to a certain extent, but in reality, the global sampling settings is what will affect the noise in the reflection the most. Increase the samples to decrease the noise. Half-res trace also allows you to lower the quality of the reflections without affecting your global samples. This makes it more noisy, but faster, so feel free to play around with what works for your scene. The refraction setting under screen space reflections is specifically for glass-like shaders that refract light as it passes through. Let's go ahead and go to the Materials tab and select a monkey to give it a glass shader. I'm simply going to add a material and switch out our surface option from principled BSDF to glass BSDF. Now you'll immediately notice that it looks like glass, but you can't see through it at all. Let's check on the refraction option under screen space. to decrease the noise. Half-res trace also allows you to lower the quality of the reflections without affecting your global samples. This makes it more noisy, but faster, so feel free to play around with what works for your scene. The refraction setting under screen space reflections is specifically for glass-like shaders that refract light as it passes through. Let's go ahead and go to the Materials tab and select a monkey to give it a glass shader. I'm simply going to add a material and switch out our surface option from principled BSD so feel free to play around with what works for your scene. The refraction setting under screen space reflections is specifically for glass-like shaders that refract light as it passes through. Let's go ahead and go to the Materials tab and select a monkey to give it a glass shader. I'm simply going to add a material and switch out our surface option from principled shaders that refract light as it passes through. Let's go ahead and go to the Materials tab and
for these objects to append to your project.
And select a monkey to give it a glass shader. I'm simply going to add a material and switch out our surface option from principled BSDF to glass BSDF. Now you'll immediately notice that it looks like glass, but you can't see through it at all. Let's check on the refraction option under Screen Space Reflections in the Render Settings tab. But it's still not see-through. That's because just like normal transparency and subsurface scattering translucency, glass refraction is also handled as a transparency effect that needs to be enabled in the Materials tab. Let's go back into the Materials tab and scroll down until we see Settings. Then check to enable Screen Space Refraction. Now, as you can see, the object is refracting the light. However, we can also edit the object-specific refraction depth to approximate the thickness of our object if we want to be a bit more accurate. For your reference, each grid square in our viewport is typically 1 meter, but default settings are fine too. Next we have motion blur, which is also only visible from the camera's perspective. So let's turn on the motion blur checkbox and go into our camera perspective by pressing the camera icon here, or pressing 0 on the number pad. However, we still don't see any motion blur, but that's because there's no motion in our scene. So the fastest way to see it in action is to animate our camera real quick. Let's select our camera by clicking on the border of its frame and turn on Auto Keyframe Mode by clicking this white circle record button. Then we can rotate our camera by pressing R twice to look a little to the left of our monkeys. As you can see, the timeline now has a yellow diamond keyframe set at our current frame. Then click and drag the top of the timeline to move our current keyframe to frame 10. Here, we'll want to rotate our camera again to look a little to the right of our monkeys. Dragging our timeline back to the beginning, we can play our animation with the spacebar and see a very prominent motion blur effect when the camera is in motion between our two new keyframes. To see this more clearly, you can also pause and simply scrub through the frames as the motion blur will still be visible to help tweak. Looking at frame 5, for example, we can very clearly see how the motion blur settings affect our visuals. So now it's time to play with the settings. The shutter value affects the amount of blur, while the number of samples affect the quality of the blur. Volumetrics is a setting that affects how volumetric shaders look in our scene. If we expand this section, you'll see a few things that we can tweak. However, we don't currently have any volumetric shaders in our scene to test. So let's go ahead and add another cube from the Add menu. Then we can go into the Materials tab and switch out our principled BSDF for Remove. This will remove entirely our surface shader. Then we can expand the Volume section and select Volume Scatter from the dropdown. This will add a volumetric shader to our cube. To better illustrate what this does, let's scale our cube up to engulf our light object and maybe half our scene. You'll notice it really fogs up the place. Just to make things a bit more clear, let's turn the density value of our volumetric scatter setting down to 0.5. Nice. Now we can test out the volumetric settings in our Render Settings tab. To start off, the start and end values determine the clipping range, relative to the distance from the camera, for when volumetrics should be visible. As you can see, if we zoom out far enough, our volumetric cube will disappear. Likewise, if we drag up the start value to something like 10 meters, we can zoom in and the volumetrics will disappear before we can get too close. Default settings are typically fine here, but feel free to experiment for your scene. Tile size and samples are both ways you can control quality of the volumetrics. You may have noticed by now that when moving around in the viewport, the volumetrics show a kind of banding pattern as it refreshes. The number of bands is based on the number of samples. The more samples there are, the more bands there are, and the less obvious the bands are, thus the higher quality the volumetric becomes. Meanwhile, the tile size actually affects how sharp the edges of these bands are. Setting a high tile size number will result in blurry banding edges, but won't be as accurate, while the smaller tile size will slow down your viewport a bit, but increase the sharpness of the samples. Distribution is a very important setting for when you or your camera are inside or close to a volumetric shading. If we zoom in here, you can see that currently our volume resolution still holds up pretty good. But if we turn our distribution all the way down, you'll notice that it starts banding heavily as the volume gets closer to the camera. If you think of volumetrics like essentially a bunch of semi-transparent planes in an array stacked close together, this makes sense. As the closer you get, the more obvious the distance between the planes would become. However, with distribution, the space between the planes gets smaller as the camera gets closer to the volume, thus hiding the gaps between the planes and giving a higher quality volumetric look from all distances. The higher the distribution, the more it compensates for camera distance. This next section is for volumetric lighting specifically. If we check this checkbox off, you'll notice that our light object no longer affects the volumetrics. That's pretty much it, but light clamping will let you prevent any lights within the volume from being brighter than that value. A light clamping value of 0 simply means the clamping is turned off, allowing all light to persist in the volume. Volumetric shadows are basically shadows that are cast by the volumetric shader itself onto itself. These can get expensive, so use with caution, but feel free to experiment with it for your own scenes. The hair settings are specifically for hair particles and how they're rendered. The basic option is simply choosing between strand and strip. Strand is better for previewing, but stripped looks a lot prettier. Additional subdivisions can also help increase the smoothness of the hair's curves. Shadow settings can be adjusted here as well. The shadows of your scene can be calculated based on different methods in Eevee. ESM, or exponential shadow mapping, is the default, whereas VSM, or variance shadow mapping, can also be selected. You can read about the difference between these two in the official documentation in the description down below. Furthermore, cube size can visibly increase the quality of your shadows. This is basically resolution for your shadows. The higher the cube size, the higher resolution the shadows will look. Cascade size increases or decreases the detail of shadows specifically from sunlight. High bit depth can help increase quality as well, by reducing some artifacts that might persist at lower bit depths. Soft shadows randomizes the shadow maps to soften the edges of your shadows. And light threshold is an interesting setting, as it allows you to change the threshold at which shadows are calculated. Typically, a shadow is simply an area with little to no light. However, you can increase the threshold to define what little to no light really means. For example, if I increase this to 1, then any area with less light than the threshold will also be displayed as a shadow. Indirect lighting is a group of settings that refer specifically to the objects known as light probes. You may have seen these in the Add menu, but not understood what they do. In the Add menu, we can see there are currently 3 kinds of light probes: reflection cube map, reflection plane, and irradiance volume. Light probes are objects used to pre-calculate certain lighting effects, such as bounce lighting, reflections, and refraction. This is a technically more accurate way to calculate real-time reflections in Eevee compared to screen space reflections, with some limitations. Let me show you what I mean. Let's subdivide this cube and give it a roughness of 0 in the Materials tab. Since we have screen space reflections turned off, this reflective sphere doesn't reflect the monkey next to it, only the light and the background. However, let's add a reflection cube map to our scene. Reflection cube maps are used to calculate reflections for objects within a certain volume. When we add a reflection cube map, you'll see this sphere appear, which can be placed around objects with reflective shaders. Once we have placed the light probe properly around the sphere, simply press Bake Indirect Lighting. As you can see, the monkey is now properly reflected in the sphere. However, you might notice these black squares or diamonds in the reflection. That's because of the clipping settings of our cube map. Simply go into the Light Probe Data tab in the Properties Editor, marked by this diagonal volume icon, and go to Viewport Display. Here we can turn on clipping, which if we go into wireframe mode, we'll notice the clipping starts inside of our sphere. This is what's causing the black squares, so let's drag the clipping start value up a little bit to bring that just outside of our sphere. If we go back into rendered mode, go to our render settings, and hit Bake Indirect Lighting again, we can see these black squares have disappeared. But in case you don't want to press Bake every time you make a change, you can also check this Auto Bake checkbox. This will update the bake every time you make a change to the light probe objects. It's important to note that reflection cube maps do not update reflections to show the animation of objects, as the reflection calculated is static. However, irradiance volumes and reflection planes do show object animation in real time. Reflection planes work much the same way as reflection cube maps, only they are flat. Irradiance volumes are a way to simulate bounce light. You can add them to your scene to sample surrounding colors and brightness and cast that bounce light onto other objects. Remember when I said you can't use emission shaders as light sources in Eevee? Technically with irradiance volumes, you can. However, they don't cast shadows and require the light sources to be static. But irradiance volumes along with other light probe options can be incredibly helpful in Eevee to make the lighting feel more realistic. Light probes are an Eevee-specific feature, and you can read more about them in the official documentation in the description down below. As you can see, Eevee's real-time lighting settings can make big differences in how your scene looks in final render. I hope this video helps you get started enough to allow you to experiment further for your own projects. In this video, we'll be introducing basic ideas and concepts used in rigging. We will also, however, be going into into detail about each step in separate videos. Rigging is a fundamental step for going from static models to animated characters. Without rigging, you would only be able to move and animate objects as a whole. But what is rigging exactly? Well, the broad definition of rigging in CG can be described as the act of assigning relationships between objects so that moving one thing will move another. This can be seen in the very basic example of parenting one cube to another. For example, by assigning a parent-child relationship between these two cubes, you can move the parent cube and the child cube will follow. But you can also create more complex relationships with the help of constraints and armature objects. Constraints are powerful and flexible relationships that can be assigned between two objects, beyond the basic parent-child relationship. With constraints, for example, you can add a copy location constraint to our cube to copy the location of our light object, while also adding another copy location constraint to copy the location of our camera object. This creates a stack of constraints, just like modifiers, so stack order matters. So then you ask, what are armatures? In CG, the word armature is just another word for skeleton. Skeletons, in real life, are made up of bones, which serve as the foundation of how our bodies move and bend. Skeletons in CG are also made up of bones and do the same thing. Allow me to demonstrate real quick. You can download this character from the description down below. So let's say we have a character that looks like this, and you want to start animating it. If you want to move, rotate, or scale the character, only the whole character will move, kind of like a statue. In order to move the character like a character, you would need to, at the very least, be able to bend its joints individually. So let's demonstrate that with the arm real quick. If we simply add So then you ask, what are armatures? In CG, the word armature is just another word for skeleton. Skeletons, in real life, are made up of bones, which serve as the foundation of how our bodies move and bend. Skeletons in CG are also made up of bones and do the same thing. Allow me to demonstrate real quick. You can download this character from the description down below. So let's say we have a character that looks like like this, and you want to start animating it. If you want to move, rotate, or scale the character, only the whole character will move, kind of like a statue. In order to move the character like a character, you would need to, at the very least, be able to bend its joints individually. So let's demonstrate that with the arm real quick. If we simply add an armature and go into edit mode, we will be able to extrude and place our bones within our mesh So let's demonstrate that with the arm real quick. If we simply add an armature and go into edit mode, we will be able to extrude and place our bones within our mesh according to where we might expect bones in real life. This includes the upper arm, the forearm, and the hand, for example. Once we're happy with that, we can go back into object mode and parent our mesh to the armature object with automatic weights. Weights are how you assign certain vertices to certain bones. And as we can see, selecting and transforming the armature will allow us to deform each arm bone individually. Except that it doesn't. That's where we introduce pose mode. Pose mode is the mode where you'll be able to select and transform each individual bone to deform your mesh. These bones can be animated individually and each have their own rotation and location values. Now, in case you feel like the vertices assigned to each bone aren't fully accurate, you might want to adjust the weights. To do this, simply select the mesh and go into weight paint mode. This will allow you to paint your weights, letting you better control how you want the mesh to be deformed. For extra control, you'll be able to add bone constraints to your bones, allowing you to form relationships between bones and objects to make animation easier. For example, having one bone point to another bone to form a simple controller. But what's a controller? Well, a controller is just a bone that doesn't deform the mesh directly, but rather is used to drive other bones in some way. Most of the time, they exist solely to make it easier and more intuitive for the animator to use the rig. We'll go over each of these concepts in separate videos. So I hope this introduces you to the basic concept of rigging, what it is and how it works. But what's a controller? Well, a controller is just a bone that doesn't deform the mesh directly, but rather is used to drive other bones in some way. Most of the time, they exist solely to make it easier and more intuitive for the animator to use the rig. We'll go over each of these concepts in separate videos. So I hope this introduces you to the basic concept of rigging, what it is and how it works. Parenting in Blender is a fundamental part of the rigging process. But what is parenting? Well, parenting is when you form a parent-child relationship between two objects. And a parent-child relationship is when a child object inherits the transformations of a parent object. However, the child can still have its own local transformations in addition to the transformations inherited from the parent. It's kind of like how kids have to follow their parents when their parents move from one city to another. But once they're in the new city, The kids can still walk to school on their own. But why would we want to parent objects to another object? Oftentimes, parenting helps to more easily control the transformation and pivot points of a group of objects for the sake of animation. Some examples include parenting fingers to a hand, parenting objects or papers to the surface of a desk, or parenting leaves to a tree. Allow me to demonstrate. Let's take our cube, for example, and duplicate it with Shift D. Let's make this duplicate cube our parent object. Just for visual clarity's sake, let's scale this cube up a bit so that we know for sure it's the parent cube. We can then select both cubes using Shift left click, and then right click for a context menu. Go down to Parent and select Object. For hotkey users, you can press Ctrl P after you have selected your objects to access the same parenting menu. Let's go ahead and start moving, rotating, and scaling our larger cube, and the smaller cube should follow. However, it doesn't. Looks like we parented the wrong cube, and accidentally made the smaller cube the parent cube. Since this isn't what we want, let's undo that with Ctrl Z. Now, why did this happen? Well, it's very important to make sure you select your intended parent object last. This will highlight the object in a slightly brighter yellow outline, indicating that it is the active object. Once we've ensured that our active object is the one we want to parent our objects to, we can repeat the parent action again. Right-click, go to Parenting, and select Object. Now we can move, rotate, and scale our parent cube, and as you can see, our child cube is following right along. An important note with parenting is that the pivot point of the child object is completely ignored when inheriting parent transformation. This includes instances where you select both the child and parent objects. However, transforming the child object still uses the child's local object origin. In fact, the child can still move around normally while parented. It will simply be influenced by the parent's transformations in addition to its own. A parent object can have multiple children objects, but child objects can only have one parent. For example, we can add a new cube to the scene by going to the Add menu, going to Mesh, and selecting Cube. This new cube does not currently have a parent, but we could parent it to the same large cube our other cube is parented to. This will give our larger cube 2 child cubes. Fun fact, if you want 3 child cubes, you can actually duplicate one of these cubes and it'll still be parented to the same large cube. However, what if we introduce another parent cube? Let's say we duplicate the larger cube, so now we have 2. I'm going to name this cube Daddy Cube 1 and this cube Daddy Cube 2. If we select our child cubes and then parent them to Daddy Cube 2, you'll notice that all relationship ties to Daddy Cube 1 have been cut. Transforming Daddy Cube 1 no longer affects the child cubes. Meanwhile, Daddy Cube 2 now affects the transformations of the child cubes instead. As you can see, each object can only have one parent, but parents can have multiple children. Additionally, we can also have a chain of parents. If we select Daddy Cube 2 and then select Daddy Cube 1, we can actually make Daddy Cube 1 the parent of Daddy Cube 2. This will also make Daddy Cube 1 the grandparent, in a way, of our 3 child cubes. This chain of parents can go on for as long as you like, but it can't form a loop. In other words, if you try to parent Daddy Cube 1 to any of its own children or grandchildren cubes, Blender will prevent you from doing so, as that will form a cyclic dependency, which is kind of like dividing by 0. This is the basic idea behind parenting, but it's important to know that it doesn't apply to only objects. Parenting works for bones and empties as well. Bones are what armature objects are made of, also known as rigs or skeletons. We'll go more into detail about bones in another video, but you can also parent things to empties. These are objects that contain little to no data except their own basic transformation data. They're invisible at render and are typically used for purposes of organization or reference. You can find them in the Add menu and can parent them in exactly the same way we did before with our cubes. Parenting objects to empties is a common practice, as you'll be able to transform and deform multiple objects at once very easily if they're all parented to the same empty. My favorite example of this is when working with environments that contain multiple objects and props. By parenting all of the environment objects to an empty, you can transform the entire set very easily with one movement. As an added bonus, the empty itself does not appear at render time. This makes it even easier to manually control where the pivot point for your group of objects will be for transformation. Now, real quick, you may be wondering, how do we unparent an object? Well, that's simple. Simply select the object or objects you would like to unparent, and right-click for a context menu. Then go to Parent, Clear Parent. For hotkey users, you can press Alt-P to bring up the Unparenting menu. You might also be curious about what the Clear and Keep Transformation option is for. This is used for cases where the object you're trying to unparent has already inherited transformation from its parent for a while, and you want to keep that transformation, but removing the parent-child relationship actually removes that transformation entirely. So instead, you want to choose Clear and Keep Transformation under the Unparenting menu. As you can see, despite being unparented, the object has not moved from its previous location, rotation, and scale. If you simply choose Clear Parent, it will clear all inherited transformation from the parent and return it to where it would have been if it was never parented at all. Armatures are the foundation of what animators use to animate their characters. They are also known as rigs or skeletons, and like skeletons, armature objects are made up of bones. Bones are the individually moving parts of a skeleton or armature that dictate where and how the skeleton can move, just like real bones in a real skeleton. With armature objects, we can create and edit bones and then transform these bones to animate them. Let's see how that works. First things first, you can add armatures to your scene by going to the Add menu and selecting Armature. This will add an armature with a single bone. The cube is a bit in the way, so let's hide it for now in our outliner. For hotkey users, you can also select the cube and press H, as in hide. With this armature object, we have two modes other than object mode that we can go into. We can edit the bones by going into edit mode, and we can pose bones in pose mode. Posing is where you'll be doing most of your bone animation as well. You can enter both of these modes by going to the top left-hand corner, but for hotkey users, you can also press Tab to toggle in and out of edit mode, and Control Tab to toggle in and out of pose mode. But right now, we only have one bone, so let's go into edit mode and change that. Once we're in edit mode, the bones that make up our armature object can now be edited. This is very similar to how we edit vertices, edges, and faces for a mesh in edit mode. Now, a bone is made up of three parts: the head, the body, and the tail. The head is the base of the bone, and also its pivot point. The tail is the narrower end of the bone, and the body is the main body. You can edit bones in three ways. You can select and move both the head and tail of the bone individually, or you can select the middle of the bone and move, rotate, or scale the bone as a whole. Now that we know that, I'm going to very quickly try to rig the spine of this character. You can download this character in the description down below. Let's go ahead and add an armature. armature object like we did before, and then go into edit mode and drag the tail of our bone all the way up to the top of his head. If we want to add add more bones, we can also do that in a number of ways. Using the Add menu at the top, we'll add a new single bone, not parented to any existing bones, which you can then move wherever you want. But if we want to attach it to our existing bone, we'll have to parent one to the other. Parenting plays a huge role in armatures and bone relationships, as it drives the foundation of how a rig moves. When we select our new bone and parent it to our existing bone in edit mode, you'll find a few different options: Connected and Keep Offset. Connected will automatically move the entire child bone to the location of the tail of the parent bone. This is because connected bones must share a head and a tail. This is great for bone chains like spines, where the joints are perfectly shared. However, Keep Offset will ignore this requirement and act similarly to how object parenting works, where transformation is inherited regardless of the child's relative position to the parent. This is great for ears or eyes, where the pivot of the deformation doesn't relate to the parent's tail position. Another way to create bones is to simply select a bone and subdivide it. This is done by using the right-click context menu and selecting Subdivide. This will turn your selection into a chain of connected bones. As usual, you will have an operator panel appear in the bottom left that you can expand and adjust the number of cuts. But you can also extrude new bones from existing bones by using the Extrude tool. This can be found in the left-hand side Quick Tools menu in the same way the Extrude tool is used on meshes. For hotkey users, you can press E as an extrude as well in the same way. You can extrude bones from the head or the tail of a bone. Make sure you have one or the other selected and use the Extrude tool. You can also extrude multiple bones depending on how many heads or tails you have selected. Bones created from extrusion are connected by default. You can disconnect these bones by unparenting them, which can be done through the right-click context menu, going to Parent, and selecting Clear. For hotkey users, you can also press Alt-P. However, here we'll see two options pop up. Disconnect will disconnect the bones, allowing you to move them away from the tail without affecting the bone it was connected to. But it will keep the bone parented to the other bone with an offset. Does this sound familiar? Well, that's because this is the same state as the Keep Offset option when parenting bones. On the other hand, selecting Clear Parent will disconnect and sever the parent-child relationship completely. Another tool you can use from the toolbar is the Roll tool. Bone roll dictates simply how a bone is rotated along its vertical axis. This is typically its local y-axis. Why would you want to use the Roll tool? Well, assuming you have something simple like an elbow to deform, and you know elbows only bend in one direction, you would want that direction to be along an axis of rotation, X, Y, or Z. To view the axes of your bones, simply go to the Armature Data tab of your Properties editor, denoted by this green stick figure icon. Then go to Viewport Display and check Axis. Suddenly, all of your bone's axes will become visible. You can use the Roll tool by simply left-click dragging anywhere in the viewport to rotate the axes of the bone to align with how you want it to transform later. You can also edit the roll in the Bone tab of the Properties editor, denoted by this green bone icon. Simply left-click drag the roll value, or left-click tap and enter a number manually. And the last bone editing tool you can select is the Bone Size tool. This is not the same as scaling the bone, and you'll notice that if you left-click drag, it doesn't do anything. That's because these changes are only visible with a different bone display. Simply go back into the Armature tab of the Properties editor. Under Viewport Display, we can open this drop-down to select different kinds of bone displays. For the Bone Size tool to reflect any changes, you'll want to choose either the B-bones or the envelopes display. Now, when we left-click drag this tool, you can see the width of our bone changing. You can read more about what each of these bone types do in the official documentation, which you can find in the description down below. But most of the time, you can choose one based on preference. I typically keep it on octahedral, but some people prefer stick, for example, to simplify the visuals. Now, let's go ahead and talk about how to use these bones for animation. In order to do that, we need to understand how pose mode works. Let's go into pose mode by either selecting it from the drop-down or pressing Ctrl Tab. This will then turn all of our selected bones blue. Transforming a bone here will actually record location, rotation, and scale in the individual bone data. With this, we can finally add keyframes for these bones in pose mode by right-clicking and going to Insert Keyframe, Lock Rod Scale. This lets us animate. But you may have noticed that when we move our bones, our character still doesn't move. So how do we make sure our bones actually move our character? In object mode, we can simply select the mesh, shift-select the armature object, and open the parenting menu either through the right-click context menu or Control-P. You then might notice the option for Armature Deform, with 3 sub-options below that. The most commonly used one is with automatic weights, as it gives us a great starting point, but feel free to read up on the other 2 options in the official documentation. Once we've selected this, you'll notice that when you transform individual bones, each bone has been assigned a group of vertices that will deform with it. This is being handled by vertex groups, also known as weights, which have been automatically generated by Blender based on the placement of the bones relative to the mesh. We'll be going over vertex groups in a separate video. If you select your mesh and go into its modifiers tab, denoted by the wrench icon, you'll notice that it now has a new modifier as well, the armature modifier. This is how Blender uses armature objects to deform meshes based on the transformation of individual bones. Now obviously this rig is incomplete, and if you want to learn how to rig the entire character, you can head over to our character rigging video. But I hope this gave you a good idea of how armature objects work and how to edit them. Constraints are valuable tools used in the process of rigging. They allow for simple and complex relationships to be formed between bones and between objects. There are 2 main types of constraints, object constraints and bone constraints. For the most part, bone constraints are functionally just object constraints but assigned to bones. In this video, we're going to go over some basic object constraints, but keep in mind most of the concepts and constraints in this video also apply to bone constraints. Now let's go over a few examples of constraints and how to use them. In this video, we're going to go over the copy and limit transform constraints. These include, for example, the copy and limit location constraints. The copy location constraint is a simple one that exists as a way for one object to copy the location values of another object, while ignoring the rotation and scale. Let's see how this works. First thing we'll do is add a monkey mesh so we can have an obvious reference or target object. Now let's say we want to have our cube copy the location of the monkey along the X and Y axis, but not the Z axis. This way we can have the cube follow the monkey around but not leave the ground. To do this, simply select the cube and go to the Constraints tab, indicated by this icon of 2 objects wrapped together. From there, open the drop-down menu and select Copy Location. This will create and assign the copy location constraint to the active object you have selected. Now we can go ahead and left-click this eyedropper tool next to the object field. This will use our next left-click in the viewport as a way to identify the object we want to reference. Let's left-click our monkey object. As you can see, the cube's own location is copying the monkey's location exactly. If we select our monkey, we can move it around to confirm that the cube is indeed constrained to our monkey. But this isn't exactly what we want. We want the cube to not leave the ground, but still follow the monkey along the X and Y axes. To do this, we can select our cube again and go into the Copy Location Constraint settings. Here we can see that there are settings for how to interpret each axis of location data for the target object. Let's go ahead and uncheck the Z-axis, as we know we want the cube to ignore the monkey's Z-axis location. And there we go! If we move the monkey around now, we can see the cube follows the monkey while remaining on the grid floor. Just for fun, let's go ahead and see what the Invert checkbox does in the Copy Location constraint. Let's check the Z-axis back on and then check Invert. Looks like we get a very cool mirror effect. The cube is being told to do the opposite of whatever the monkey's Z-axis location is saying, flipping it across the origin along the Z-axis. Now, I mentioned the copy location constraint ignores the rotation of the reference object, but that's not entirely true if we change world space to local space. The first dropdown here controls which axis data to interpret from the reference object, while the second dropdown controls which axis data to influence for the selected object. Let's change the first dropdown from world space to local space, allowing us to reference the monkey's local axis location values instead. As you can see, local space takes into consideration the rotation of the object, as the local axes of an object depends on which way it's facing. Because our monkey is slightly rotated, if we move the monkey along its local x-axis, the cube will move along the world x-axis instead of following it perfectly. Feel free to experiment with these settings further. One more quick thing, let's say we change both of these to world space again, and now we really like how the cube is currently right below the monkey at this frame. But we want to remove the constraint so we can animate it freely outside of this frame. Well, let's go ahead and remove the constraint by pressing this X icon next to the eyeball icon in the Constraints tab of our Properties editor. But as you can see, if we do that, the transformation driven by the copy location constraint is forgotten. This isn't ideal for us, so let's undo that with Ctrl Z and try something else. Maybe we can slide the influence to 0. No, that won't work. But you might notice this X icon next to the influence slider. If you hover over it, you'll see that it says Disable and Keep Transform. Let's click it. This will bring the influence slider to 0, but our cube stays put. This is because it has replaced the cube's original location data with the constraint-driven location data we saw before clicking the button. This also means that we can actually remove the constraint with no changes. Location isn't the only transformation value we can copy. The same concepts apply to the copy rotation, copy scale, and copy transforms constraints. So what about limiting transformation? That's simple. Unlike the copy transformation constraints, the limit transformation constraints actually do not require a reference object. Instead, they use values inputted by the user. For example, let's say we have our monkey and our cube again, but our cube is scaled up to be a room of some sort. If we wanted to animate something where we want our monkey to stay strictly within the walls of the room, we can do that very easily with a limit location constraint. For this, we'll go into wireframe mode so that we can see and select our monkey. We can do that by pressing Z and selecting wireframe from the pie menu. Let's select our monkey and go to the Constraints tab in the Properties editor. From the drop-down menu, simply select Limit Location. At first, nothing happens, as all of these check marks are disabled. These are used to enable the minimum and maximum values allowed for each axis of location. Just to demonstrate, if we check all of these boxes on, you'll notice that trying to move the monkey will no longer work. However, if you left-click drag the maximum Z value, for example, you'll notice that suddenly you can move the monkey, but only as far as what you set the maximum Z value to. Setting ranges like this is how the limit location constraint works. To achieve our goal of constraining the monkey to stay within the walls of the cube, we can do trial and error, but there is a way that I find is the quickest. I'll go ahead and demonstrate on the Z-axis. First thing we'll do is simply uncheck the box for the axis limit you want to set. In this case, we'll start with the Z maximum. By unchecking this, we can move the monkey along the Z-axis as far as we want. So we'll place the monkey where we approximately want the limit to be. Once placed, check the box again. This will snap the monkey back to its limit, but you'll then be able to left-click drag the maximum Z value until the monkey moves back into the position you brought it to before. Once the monkey stops moving, you'll know that you increased the value too much, so adjust a bit and you should be able to match your maximum Z value to where you want the monkey to be. Luckily, since our cube is the same size all around, we can just copy this value for all of the maximum values and add a negative sign in front of all the minimum values. But just keep in mind to adjust these values to your own scene how you see fit. And there we go. As you can see, as we move our monkey, the walls of the cube appear to be stopping the monkey's movements in all axis directions. But you might notice something a bit weird. If we move the monkey significantly past where it's allowed to go based on the limit location constraint, and then we try to move it the other way, it'll seem like the monkey takes a while to respond to our actions. This is because the monkey is actually still calculating its true location, the location where it's supposed to be if the constraint was not active. In fact, we can see this visually if we open up the right-hand side quick menu and go to Item. This will display our selected object's location data. And as we can see, as we move the monkey past the limit of the constraint, its true location value continues to change. And in order for it to visibly start moving again in the opposite direction, the value of its location data must fall within the range of the limit location constraint. To prevent this invisible transformation, simply check this box for transform. Now, as you can see, even if you try to move the monkey significantly past the limit, it responds to moving in the opposite direction immediately. We can further confirm this by again checking the object's location data. As you can see, the true location now matches the limit of the constraint. Now let's quickly talk about the difference between working with constraints for bones and objects. Bone constraints work very similarly to the object constraints I've just shown you. In fact, they work exactly the same. But there are some important things I should inform you about working with bones and constraints. First and foremost, you can set bones as the target object for object constraints. How do you do this? Well, let's go ahead and add an armature object into our scene. These, as you remember, are formed from bones, and we can add more bones by going into edit mode. I'm going to select the main bone in edit mode, right-click and select subdivide. This will give us 2 bones. Now it's recommended to get into a good habit of naming your bones clearly. So let's go ahead and do that by selecting each bone and going into the green bone icon tab, which are the bone properties, in the properties editor. At the top here, we can left-click to rename our bone to whatever we want. I'm going to call the top bone top and the bottom bone bottom. Let's say what we want is for our monkey object to copy the rotation of this top bone here. If we do a copy rotation constraint and set the target to the top bone, you can see that it doesn't actually register the top bone, but rather sets the target as the armature object. That's because our bone is not an object, but rather exists within the armature object, similar to how vertices and faces are not objects, but exist within mesh objects. And unfortunately, the target object must be an object. However, with our armature selected as the target object, a bone parameter will appear underneath, marked with this bone icon. This is where we can select our top bone from the drop-down menu. This is one of the reasons why naming your bones clearly is important, as we do not have the eyedropper tool available for this field. If we now select the armature and go into pose mode, we can rotate the bone and confirm that the monkey is indeed copying the rotation of the bone. So what if we want to flip it? Let's say we want the bone to copy the rotation of the monkey object. That's simple. Let's remove the monkey's copy rotation constraint and then go back into pose mode with our armature object selected. Once we have the bone we want to constrain selected, we can add the copy rotation constraint through the Constraints tab in the Properties editor. Except when we do that, it seems the monkey's rotation actually drives the entire armature object's rotation instead of just the bone we had selected. That's because what we added was an object constraint, not a bone constraint. To add bone-specific constraints, you have to go into the Bone Constraints tab, indicated by a blue icon that looks like a bone wrapped to another object. Once here, we can correctly add the copy rotation bone constraint to our selected bone and set our target object to the monkey. As you can see, the bone now copies the rotation of the monkey correctly. There are a few more transform constraints, such as the maintain volume constraint and the limit distance constraint, that I recommend experimenting with on your own, but we'll also go over these in a different video. I hope this gives you a good overview of how constraints work and how you might use them in your projects. Tracking constraints are a type of constraint that allows for one object to point to another object in some way. Instead of copying the values of another object, tracking constraints take into account the relative location of the reference object, or target object, in relation to the selected object. Let's go ahead and look at how each of these tracking constraints work. Keep in mind that all of the constraints and concepts we show in this video are the same for bone constraints as well. So let's start with the most basic tracking constraint, the track to constraint. First things first, because the track to constraint does affect rotation of the object, let's use a monkey instead of a cube to make it more obvious. You can do this by deleting the cube and going to the Add menu, going to Mesh, and selecting Monkey. From here, we can select our monkey and go to the Constraints tab in the Properties editor to add our constraint. Under the dropdown, you can choose Track to. We can already see that we need to input a target object. This will be our light, because it's already in the scene. We can either select it from the drop-down menu, or use the eyedropper tool to left-click it in our 3D viewport. Immediately, the monkey starts to face the light, except that it's not actually facing the light, it's facing directly away from the light. But still, if we move our monkey or our light, it's clear its transformation is taking the light's location into consideration. So how do we get our monkey to stare at the light object? Well, let's go into the Track to constraint options, and you'll see a few axes we can choose from. What does this mean? Well, these axes correlate to our monkey's local axes, but it's not very easy to visualize. So let's go into our object settings under this orange cube icon in the Properties editor and go down to Viewport Display. Expanding this will reveal a couple of checkboxes including axis. Check this on and you'll see that we can now see the axes of our object visually in our viewport. Now, if we go back to our Constraints tab, these axes letters might make a bit more sense. For example, up being the z-axis and y being the 2-axis. So it's clear that the y-axis is pointing at the light object, and the z-axis is considered up for the object. Now, to face the monkey towards the light, it should be obvious now that all we need to do is select the negative y option instead. And that's it! Our monkey now faces the light no matter where the monkey or the light are in the scene. Feel free to play around with the other settings to better understand the constraint. But for the most use cases, this is all you'll need. Let's take a look now at the other related tracking constraints, that being the locked track constraint, the stretch to constraint, and the damped track constraint. Each of these is exactly like the track to constraint, but with some important differences. The locked track points an object towards a target object, but only along one axis. For example, by adding this to our monkey, you can see that it now can face the light, but will not look up or down or tilt its head. The lock axis at the bottom of the locked track constraint refers to the only axis of the constrained object that should be rotating. The stretch to constraint works very similarly to the track to constraint, with the only main difference being that the object will actually stretch or contract based on the distance between the two objects. The object will stretch if it gets pulled past the location it was at when the constraint was applied, and contract if it gets pushed closer to the object that is pointing to. You can, however, reset the scale of the object at any time with the Reset button in the stretch to constraint settings. And volume settings help control how much the shape of the object should change as it stretches and contracts. The rest of these settings are typically fine if you leave them at default. However, feel free to experiment further with these settings to better understand the constraint. The damped track constraint is very similar to the track to constraint, but removes the parameter for the up axis. Instead, it simply calculates the least amount of rotation needed to continue pointing at the target object. This allows it to feel more smooth compared to the track to constraint, but also gives you less control in the orientation of the monkey's head. Finally, we have the clamp to constraint. This is not exactly related to the track to constraint, but allow me to show you what I mean. Let's just go ahead and add it to our monkey head real quick. Seems simple enough. Let's add a target object like we have for all the others. Except that we can't. In fact, if we go to the drop-down menu, you'll notice that our options are empty. That's because the clamp to constraint deals specifically with curve objects. But what are curves? Well, curves are smooth, math-driven shapes that can be used as references for a variety of things. To see what they can do with the clamp to constraint, we can add a curve from the Add menu under Curve. Then select Bezier Curve. Just to make things more clear, I'm going to scale this curve up a bit so it's large enough to see. From there, we can set this new Bezier curve as the target object of our clamp to constraint on our monkey. As you can see, the monkey immediately snaps to the curve's location. But if we try to move the monkey, you'll see exactly what the clamp to constraint really does. It clamps or limits the monkey's location to follow the curve. This can be very helpful when trying to keep an object on a certain path during animation. Checking cyclic will even allow the monkey to wrap around after reaching the end of the curve, and feel free to experiment with the axis options to better understand the constraint. These are the fundamentals of the tracking constraints in Blender. Aside from the copy and limit transform constraints, the transform constraints also include limit distance, maintain volume, and transformation constraints. Keep in mind that all constraints and concepts in this video also apply to bone constraints. The transformation constraint is the biggest one we should talk about. This is a very powerful constraint that helps map certain transformations to affect other kinds of transformations. For example, in the copy location constraint, we can have the location of one object affect the location of another object pretty easily. Same with copy rotation and copy scale. However, if we wanted to use the location of one object to affect the rotation of another object, we wouldn't be able to do it with those constraints. These are two different transformation channels. However, with the transformation constraint, we can do just that. Let's go ahead and add this constraint to our monkey object. Now, these settings look a bit intimidating, but it's pretty simple to tinker around with once you understand what it does. Aside from the copy and limit transform constraints, the transform constraints also include limit distance, maintain volume, and transformation constraints. Keep in mind that all constraints and concepts in this video also apply to bone constraints. The transformation constraint is the biggest one we should talk about. This is a very powerful constraint that helps map certain transformations to affect other kinds of transformations. For example, in the copy location constraint, we can have the location of one object affect the location of another object pretty easily. Same with copy rotation and copy scale. However, if we wanted to use the location of one object to affect the rotation of another object, we wouldn't be able to do it with those constraints. These are two different transformation channels. However, with the transformation constraint, we can do just that. Let's go ahead and add this constraint to our monkey object. Now, these settings look a bit intimidating, but it's pretty simple to tinker around with once you understand what it does. The source section of the constraint settings refers to the target object settings. Here you can choose what type of transformation you want to listen to from the target object. This includes lock, rot, and scale. And the destination section of the constraint settings refers to the constrained object. Here you can choose what type of transformation to effect for the constrained object. The source to destination mapping section lets you choose which axis of the target object affects which axis of the constrained object. And the X, Y, and Z values you see in both sections is for setting a ratio of movement between each object. This is where the magic happens. So let's say very simply that we want every 10 meters of the target object's location to drive 90 degrees of the constrained object's rotation. We can do this by changing the transformation type
sur la rambarde. Tu sais très bien où tu vas finir. Dans le four. Allez, va. Et ne va pas sur le balcon. Bon bah c'est parti, je vais aller choisir mon jogging du jour. Bon, du coup voici mon swag du jour. Donc j'ai mis un petit crop top Brandy Melville et j'ai mis un jogging tie and dye de chez Urban Outfitters. Et ma tête moche. Et vraiment je comprends pas parce que ma chambre je la range tous les jours. Et tous les jours elle est en bazar. Du coup je vais devoir ranger ma chambre pour la 72 millième fois de la semaine. C'est parti. Trop la flemme de me maquiller. Je vais nulle part, je vais gâcher du maquillage. Même si je me maquille, je serai moche. Et en plus de ça, je vais devoir me démaquiller. Mais alors là, MDR, jamais de la vie. Du coup, voilà pour mon make-up du jour. Bon, qu'est-ce qu'on pourrait faire? Parce que là, j'ai toujours pas le droit d'aller dans la cuisine. Je suis enfermée dans ma chambre. Bon, regardez ce que j'ai acheté chez Monoprix l'autre jour. J'ai acheté un truc de peinture. Voilà le mode d'emploi. Il y a même une recette avec des mix de couleurs. Bon alors déjà pour commencer je vais m'éloigner de mes draps blancs parce que si je tâche mes draps avec de la peinture je vais mourir. Je vais mourir. On va se mettre là. Alors faut de l'eau non? Purée. Wesh c'est compliqué. La répartition indiquée sur le nuancier afin d'avoir une palette de couleurs secondaires. Pour un bac plus 12 aussi pour faire ça. Alors vraiment le confinement ça pousse à faire des trucs que j'aurais jamais fait de ma life. Est-ce que vous croyez vraiment que j'aurais pris une journée pour me poser pour colorier une fée? Alors là on a le rose. Donc qu'est-ce que je vais faire? Je pense que je vais faire sa robe en rose. Rose pâle, il faut du rouge et 3 gouttes d'eau. Hop, et 3 gouttes d'eau. Ouais, c'est un long trajet entre l'eau et le ça là. J'allais tâcher mon tapis et j'allais mourir. Ça va, je fais que des gouttes sur le côté. Je fais n'importe quoi. Ouais. Pas une seule goutte qui est rentrée là-dedans. Pas que je dépasse. C'est dur hein. Vraiment 1 heure plus tard, je suis toujours sur la robe. Mais en tout cas, elle est trop belle la robe. Tente un autre mélange de... Ah mais j'ai ça pour mixer les couleurs. Oh purée. Ok, alors là, j'ai envie qu'elle ait les cheveux bruns. Une goutte de bleu, une goutte de jaune. J'ai pas de jaune. J'ai pas de jaune, ça veut dire quoi? Faut que je fabrique du jaune pour pouvoir faire du marron. Est-ce que vous savez comment on dit rose pâle en espagnol? On dit rosa claro. Ouais, logique en vrai. Même moi qui suis nulle en espagnol, j'aurais pu le deviner ça. Ok, donc j'ai voulu... Ouais, j'ai fait n'importe quoi encore. Les gars, on est sur une catastrophe capillaire là. Bon les gars, l'aquarium truc, je sais pas quoi, ça m'a saoulé. Je reprendrai ça un autre jour. Et là, je vais aller faire enfin à manger puisque ma mère a fini. Donc j'ai enfin accès à la cuisine. Donc je ressors de ma chambre, je prends ma poignée avec moi et on va aller faire une bête de recettes. Est-ce que quelqu'un a déjà réussi à casser des œufs sans faire tomber la coquille dedans? Jamais, impossible, trop dur. Vous trouvez ça normal de manger à 16h? Tout le monde est en jet lag alors que personne n'a pris de jet. Tu veux du poulet? Tu veux du poulet? Les gars, on stoppe tout. W9 a reposté toutes les saisons des Marseillais. Bisous! bisous, bye. Alors du coup je vais vous donner quelques tips de confinement. Donc déjà la base des bases, rangez votre chambre et à la limite rangez toute votre maison parce que je vous jure tellement plus agréable d'être dans un espace rangé. En vrai le meilleur truc pour passer le temps c'est de regarder des séries, des films, des émissions, des reportages. Faites du sport, au début c'est grave dur de s'y mettre, je vous jure c'est horrible, les premières séances c'est horrible, même faites 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 heure, 2 heures, 3 heures, ça fait trop plaisir de se défouler. Ensuite vous allez vous doucher, vous posez dans votre lit, vous êtes fatigué, c'est trop bien, t'as l'impression que t'as passé une journée à te dépenser. Du coup voilà, là je suis posée dans mon lit, en vrai c'est ce que je fais de tout mon confinement, je reste dans mon lit. Donc là je vais voir s'il n'y a pas un film que je peux regarder et voilà quoi. Bon les gars, comme toute influenceuse qui se respecte, je me dois de faire un smoothie. Là je suis en train de faire un smoothie fraise mangue. De base je fais fraise banane, mais les fraises tu peux pas laisser 5 minutes sans qu'elles pourrissent. Regardez, elles sont trop drama queen. Bon là j'ai fini de manger et c'est mon moment préféré de la journée parce qu'il est 21 h et je vais regarder le replay des Marseillais. Les gars, j'ai failli oublier de finir le vlog. En fait, j'étais au téléphone avec mes copines pendant 3 heures, donc j'étais trop contente. Et là, j'allais m'endormir comme ça, sans finir le vlog. Bon, les gars, moi je vais aller dormir en espérant me réveiller à 14, 15, 16 heures demain. Comme ça, la journée elle dure pas longtemps. Donc voilà, je vous fais plein de bisous. J'espère vraiment que ce vlog vous a plu. Dites-moi si vous voulez plus de vidéos. Et voilà quoi, je vous fais plein de bisous. J'espère vous avoir diverti. Bisous.
Alors, ça tourne là. Amy, tu respires. Tout va bien. Non mais je sais pourquoi j'ai jamais fait cette vidéo avant, c'est parce que ça me stresse complètement. Salut les potes. Comment ça va? Ça se voit que je suis à l'aise, non? Moi je vous ai mis une petite story. À tous ceux qui me suivent sur Instagram, ceux qui ne me suivent pas, c'est pas bien, allez-y tout de suite. Je vous ai mis une petite story pour vous donner l'occasion de me poser des questions indiscrètes, des questions auxquelles je n'ai jamais répondu et qu'on me pose souvent. Parce qu'en vérité, on me pose des questions indiscrètes depuis très longtemps et je fais semblant de pas les voir. Et je me suis dit, tu sais quoi, là, je mets les pieds dans le plat. Allez, bon, je réponds. Ça va être la vidéo... Problème. Bon, quand faut y aller, faut y aller. Première question. Et puis on commence par une bien. J'ai fait ma première fois quand j'avais 15 ans. Je suis très gênée d'en parler, c'est fou. Non, je peux pas dire ça comme ça. Je l'ai fait une fois en fait et après j'ai pas eu de rapport du tout pendant 1 an et demi, 2 ans. J'ai fait ma première fois avec mon meilleur ami de l'époque. C'était quelqu'un en qui j'avais énormément confiance. Quelqu'un qui m'aurait pas trahi puisqu'on n'était pas amoureux. Je prenais pas de risque de le détester par la suite et de regretter d'avoir fait ma première fois avec lui. Alors je suis pas en train de dire qu'il faut absolument coucher avec ses meilleurs potes, surtout pas, mais on s'aimait beaucoup. Et comme c'est quelque chose d'effrayant, ça fait peur une première fois, bah je trouvais que c'était la bonne solution. Et là, presque 15 ans plus tard, bah j'en garde un super souvenir. Ça a été une expérience géniale et ça me liera à lui tout le reste de ma vie. On se voit plus aujourd'hui, on se donne des nouvelles une fois tous les 4 ans, mais il aura fait partie de mon éducation sexuelle quoi. Alors en point de vue de la douleur, ouais, j'ai eu mal. Mais il y avait tellement ce sentiment de découverte en même temps que ça a été vite annihilé. Forcément, c'était une première fois, hein, c'était très court. La première fois fait un peu peur, surtout quand elle est douloureuse, parce qu'on se dit que toutes les fois prochaines vont être douloureuses. On a un peu peur de ça. Et je vous rassure, pas du tout. Faites votre première fois quand vous le sentez, quand vous vous sentez en confiance. C'est instinctif, c'est quelque chose qui vient de l'intérieur de vous. Personne ne doit vous dire quand le faire, personne ne doit vous l'imposer. Ne cédez pas à la pression. Votre première fois, c'est la vôtre. On continue dans les premières fois. La première fois que j'ai eu mes règles à l'âge de 13 ans et je m'y attendais pas, hein, je suis partie faire pipi. Et d'un coup, j'ai vu rouge, mais littéralement. Et je me suis dit, oh, tiens, qu'est-ce que c'est? On m'avait déjà beaucoup informé à l'époque sur ce que c'était, etc. Donc je savais ce que c'était, je n'ai pas eu peur et je l'ai intégré. Donc pas de panique. Et de toute manière, si vous avez des questions, il y a des professionnels qui sont prêts à vous répondre pour ça. Donc il n'y a pas de souci. Ah, Ah Bon, sans trop de mystère et surtout après cette vidéo.
Je suis Amy LTR sur Instagram car c'est une amie. Je dois avouer que c'est aussi un peu parce qu'elle met souvent des photos.
J'ai fait mes... Alors là j'ai 29 ans, je les ai fait à 24 ans, donc je les ai fait faire il y aura 5 ans. En novembre, j'étais très complexée par ma poitrine. Je me sentais, ma poitrine, j'ai bugué en disant, je me sentais pas bien avec. Elle me dérangeait cette poitrine, j'aimais pas la forme. En plus, moi j'avais les tétons inversés, je crois qu'on appelle ça comme ça, ombiliqués. Les médecins m'avaient prévenu que j'avais une chance de ne pas pouvoir allaiter dans ma vie. Et puis d'un point de vue esthétique, moi j'aimais pas ça. C'était bizarre, mais j'avais cette sensation qu'elle m'appartenait pas, que c'était pas la mienne en fait. Parce que on s'entendait pas, elle et moi, on se comprenait pas. Cette partie de mon corps, pour moi, était complètement dissociée de mon esprit. Comme la forme était pas jolie selon moi, et en plus, mais vraiment elle était pas jolie, j'avais une forme de poire mais vraiment pas belle, enfin c'était trop bizarre. Et ces tétons inexistants à l'époque, je me suis dit, oh, non je pourrais pas vivre avec. J'ai attendu un long moment, j'ai voulu faire ce processus de je vais accepter mon corps, je vais vivre avec, ça va aller. Parce que forcément, dès adolescente, je me suis dit, oh, il y a la possibilité de se faire refaire la poitrine, je crois que j'ai envie d'essayer. Et très vite en fait, je me suis dit, non, je crois que c'est pas une bonne idée, je préfère essayer d'apprendre à m'aimer avec, etc. Et j'ai même eu, vers 20 ans, le truc de dénigrer une autre copine qui s'était fait refaire la poitrine. Mais en fait, j'étais jalouse. Je pense que j'étais un peu jalouse, j'étais envieuse parce qu'elle avait osé passer le cap. Et j'arrêtais pas de lui dire ouais, mais c'est dommage, tu devrais apprendre à t'accepter, etc. Et en fait, je reposais sur elle, je faisais un transfert de ce que j'arrivais pas à faire sur moi. Et vraiment, j'ai fait un long travail, j'ai vraiment essayé jusqu'au bout. Et en fait, j'y arrivais pas. Moi, la chirurgie esthétique, j'ai rien contre. Chacun fait ce qu'il veut avec son corps. Je m'en bats la race de qui fait quoi avec son corps. Je m'en fous. Enfin, c'est eux qui vivent avec, donc moi j'ai pas d'avis. Mais vis-à-vis de moi, j'avais ce besoin d'avoir une grosse réflexion et de pas faire quelque chose d'irréfléchi et d'être plus âgée pour le faire. Parce que ça me faisait peur avant, j'avais peur de le regretter, etc. À 23 ans, j'ai commencé à me dire, j'ai fait tout ce que j'ai pu en fait pour essayer d'aimer cette poitrine, je n'ai pas réussi. J'ai pas réussi à la comprendre et elle a pas réussi à me satisfaire. Je lui parlais comme un humain, cette poitrine. On essayait vraiment de s'entendre, on était en thérapie conjugale tous les deux avec Michon. Un jour, on m'a donné le numéro d'un chirurgien. Je me suis dit, je vais y aller juste pour prendre des informations et en fait, en parlant avec lui, ça m'a rassurée et je me suis dit, c'est ça que j'ai envie de faire. J'ai envie de faire cette opération parce que j'ai envie de me sentir mieux. En plus, moi, il y avait un double travail, il y avait le travail de la forme. Moi, mon but, c'était pas d'avoir une énorme poitrine parce que ça allait pas avec ma morphologie. Je voulais pas, une énorme poitrine, c'était pas ma volonté. Je voulais par contre avoir une jolie forme. Donc moi, je n'ai pris qu'un seul bonnet. Je suis passée d'un B à un C. Il y avait ce travail de construire un téton, en fait. Et malheureusement, l'opération, on partait d'un peu trop loin avec ma poitrine. Du coup, il a réussi à faire quelque chose d'assez cool à gauche, mais à droite, c'est resté un peu difficile. Mais en tout cas, pour répondre à tout ça, oui, j'ai fait refaire ma poitrine et quand je me suis réveillée de cette opération et que j'ai ouvert les yeux et que j'ai vu, j'étais trop contente. Mais attention, tout ça est à prendre avec des pincettes, tout ça est à prendre personnellement parce que moi, c'est mon expérience. Je l'ai fait à 24 ans, en ayant réfléchi pendant des années, en ayant fait vraiment tout le travail psychologique nécessaire pour qu'une fois réveillée, j'ai même pas eu de choc en me réveillant parce que j'étais préparée complètement et je n'ai pas métamorphosé mon corps. La chirurgie n'est pas forcément la solution parce que parfois le problème n'est pas dans l'aspect mais dans la psychologie. Encore une fois, attention à ce que je dis, attention à mon expérience, ne prenez pas ça pour vous. Question suivante. Un petit toc ou un tic marrant, j'ai remarqué ça sur les rushs en fait. Je savais pas que j'avais ça avant de me filmer. Je suis toujours en train de me bouffer l'intérieur des joues. Je suis toujours comme ça. Et quand je suis énervée, encore pire. Quand je suis énervée, c'est comme ça. En fait, j'ai remarqué que quand je suis énervée, je suis plus vers le milieu. Là, comme ça. Et quand je réfléchis, je suis plus comme ça. Voilà, donc maintenant vous saurez. Et le deuxième toc que j'ai, c'est que j'aligne toujours tout de manière géométrique sur une table. Je peux pas, en fait, s'il y a une table plane, par exemple, et qu'il y a des éléments un peu disposés partout, je peux pas les laisser comme ça. Un téléphone à gauche et tout à droite. Je suis obligée de tout aligner et de faire un bloc, en fait, comme un Tetris, sur un bout de la table. Mais tout va bien dans ma vie, hein. Tout va bien. Il y a eu du coup ma poitrine, comme je vous l'ai expliqué, et il y a eu mes dents, les dents du bonheur. Quand j'étais petite, l'écart était beaucoup plus fort. Et ces bâtards à l'école, ils m'appelaient pot-au-but. Je vous vois, hein. En plus, c'est les mêmes bâtards là qui m'envoient des messages pour dire « Ah, Amy, quoi de neuf? Ouais, connard !» Non. Donc ouais, ça c'était hyper dur à accepter mes dents. Je m'étais même posé la question et tout, j'en parlais à mon père quand j'étais petite et tout pour savoir quelle solution il y avait parce qu'on pouvait couper le frein, je crois. Parce qu'en fait moi les dents du bonheur c'est lié au frein qui est trop gros je crois. Vraiment on est entre nous, hein, je vous mange l'intérieur de ma bouche et tout. À part ça mes dents étaient parfaitement alignées etc. Donc les dentistes ont toujours dit c'est bête, ça va se resserrer un peu en plus donc laissez-lui comme ça. Ça a été un complexe même adolescente et tout. Et j'ai commencé à aimer mes dents quand je commençais à bosser vers 19 ans. En fait que je suis partie du système scolaire en fait parce que c'est là où il y a plus de connards. Et maintenant je kiffe trop. J'adore mes dents. Je trouve que c'est mignon et c'est original en fait. Ça crée un physique différent et c'est plutôt cool. Alors ça, il y en a eu 15 000. Pour Olivier et Darko d'ailleurs, hein, les deux. Hein. Alors vraiment, Darko, il ne sait rien passer. Mais genre quand je vous dis rien, c'est rien jamais en fait. C'est pas possible Darko et moi, c'est genre pas possible. On adore notre relation parce que justement elle est saine. Elle est saine, il n'y a pas d'ambiguïté, il n'y a pas de truc j'ai chaud. De se dire ah on aurait pu être ensemble ou machin ou des trucs, des non-dits, etc. Non. Je vous conseille à tous d'avoir un ami comme Darko. Par contre, je vous conseille pas d'avoir un mec comme Darko. Il y a encore plein de choses à apprendre. Mais je le coach. Non. Après, ne jamais dire jamais. Mais c'est vrai que j'ai jamais ressenti d'attirance pour une fille. Enfin, j'ai jamais croisé une fille où je me suis dit oui, où j'ai eu des papillons dans le ventre, etc. J'ai toujours eu que des copains garçons et je suis attirée par les garçons. Il y avait une fille, je me rappelle à une époque quand j'étais plus jeune, qui était amoureuse de moi, qui était adorable et tout. On était devenues très copines et elle m'avait dit que finalement je lui plaisais beaucoup. Et elle avait essayé en fait de me draguer un petit peu et je m'étais dit oh vas-y je me laisse faire pour voir. Je l'ai arrêté parce que je ressentais rien du tout. Donc elle avait essayé de me faire un bisou et je l'avais arrêté parce que j'avais pas d'attirance pour elle. Et même depuis cette expérience, je me suis refait draguer par des filles, etc. Je suis toujours très flattée, mais Je ressens pas d'attirance, non. Je crois que je suis très garçon. Je suis très hétéro. Est-ce que je peux savoir ça là? Ah voilà, alors attends. C'est la vidéo Vous les mecs avec Jérémy qui m'a rapporté 6 000 €. Et il y a eu Harry Potter versus réalité qui m'a aussi rapporté à peu près 6 000 €. Oh là là, bah je m'en souviens plus du coup parce que si je rapporte des trucs en général c'est que je suis beaucoup... beaucoup trop bourré pour m'en souvenir. Mais Alors, ça tourne là. Harry Potter versus réalité qui m'a aussi rapporté à peu près 6 000 €. Oh là là, bah je m'en souviens plus du coup parce que si je rapporte des trucs en général c'est que je suis beaucoup trop bourré pour m'en souvenir. Mais me connaissant, ça doit être un panneau de signalisation. J'ai dû ramener un stop ou... Alors, ça tourne là. Limite, tu respires. Tout va bien. Non mais je sais pourquoi j'ai jamais fait cette vidéo avant, c'est parce que ça me stresse complètement. C'est un mec connu de ouf et tout, qu'est-ce que je fais? Et en fait j'appelle mes crises, on appelle les ligues du love. Waouh, mais vas-y, mais En fait, je vais vous raconter. Alors, ça tourne là. Limite, tu respires. Tout va bien. Non mais je sais pourquoi j'ai jamais fait cette vidéo avant. C'est parce que ça me stresse complètement. Avec des faux seins, je vous rassure, pas du tout. Faites votre première fois quand vous le sentez, quand vous sentez. Faites votre première fois. Un avant et un après Sudaris, je pense. Alors, vous allez le savoir très très vite. Il y aura un avant et un après Sudaris, je pense. Il y a une question, j'ai longuement hésité. Mais en fait, c'est un peu croustillant. Mais vous allez me détester parce que je vais pas tout vous dire, parce que je peux pas, j'ai pas envie de me prendre un procès au cul. Je vais raconter ça, putain. En fait, je vais vous raconter une journée conte de fées que j'ai vécue parce que c'était le flirt le plus court de ma life. Hein. Mais c'était trop ouf. Vous devez sûrement connaître l'application Raya, parce qu'on beaucoup d'entre nous en ont parlé, on est un peu tous là-dessus. C'est un peu la secte de... de Tinder. C'est un Tinder secté où t'es accepté suivant le nombre de followers que t'as sur Instagram, c'est un peu n'importe quoi. Bref. Et j'avais matché avec cet acteur américain pas mal connue, qui a joué dans plein de comédies romantiques et tout, dont on est tous fans. Et j'avais halluciné, je me suis dit what, je match avec ce mec. Et il me parle tout de suite et le mec est trop charmé, adorable, good mood et tout. Et il me dit je suis sur Paris jusqu'à demain matin. Est-ce que tu veux bien qu'on aille boire un verre ou qu'on déjeune ensemble? Puis moi je fais putain attends je vais pas faire ça. Genre j'étais ultra stressée, je me suis dit oh non mais attends qu'est-ce que je vais lui dire putain en plus c'est un mec connu de ouf et tout, qu'est-ce que je fais? Et en fait j'appelle mes copines forcément après une crise, on a
type in our constraint settings. Our source, or target object, is already set to location, so we'll make sure to set our destination object to rotation. Then we can simply change the max value of the x-axis to 10 meters for the source. And to make sure that these 10 meters will rotate the x-axis of the constrained object 90 degrees, we can change the max value of the x-axis to 90 degrees for the destination. And now, as we move our target object along the x-axis, you can see that the constrained object is rotating a maximum of 90 degrees. Now, let's say we wanted to drag our cube further while still affecting our monkey object. Well, to do that, maybe we can say every 20 meters will rotate the constrained object 180 degrees, giving us a bit more leeway. However, that's not really practical, as we'd have to go on forever, multiplying redundantly until we're confident the range is what we need. No. Instead, we can simply keep our 10 meters to 90 degrees ratio and go to the top of our constraint to check the extrapolate option. This will extend our ratio infinitely and allow us to go past the limits of the min and max, but maintain the same ratio of transformation. Now, if we wanted to have the y location of the source object affect the x-axis rotation of the constrained object, we would just need to change the source to destination mapping here. Instead of x to x, we can change this first value to y. And yes, you can have the same source transformation axis drive two destination transformation axes if you like. And then we would simply need to change the maximum y value to complete the ratio. This should give you a fundamental understanding of the transformation constraint. The limit distance constraint is pretty self-explanatory. Similar to the limit location constraint, this constraint takes the input of the user to restrict movement of the constrained object. However, additionally, it also takes in a target object to use as reference. This allows for the user input to set the max distance the constrained object can be from the target object at any time. In other words, you get to put the object on a leash. But you can also invert the effect by changing the clamp region from inside to outside. This makes it so that the constrained object cannot come within a certain distance of the target object, which makes it feel more like a force field instead. And the final clamp region option, on surface, will force the object to keep the distance a constant, not allowing it to get further or closer to the object than the distance set. The maintain volume constraint prevents objects from freely changing their scale. Typically, when scaling an object, the volume of your object gets increased for free. However, with maintain volume, it restricts you from gaining free volume, forcing your object to bend and contract while scaling, just like a real volume would if forced to change size. However, the volume input value is a world value. Therefore, you'll need to know the neutral volume of your mesh. I hope this helps you understand more of how the transform constraints work. Feel free to experiment or read more about them in the documentation in the description down below. Constraint is the biggest one we should talk about. This is a very powerful constraint that helps map certain transformations work. Feel free to experiment or read more about them in the documentation in the description down below. Character rigs are definitely the most common type of rig. So in this video, we'll be going over how to rig this character mesh. You can download this base mesh in the description down below. So to start things off, if we want to create a humanoid skeleton for this character, we'll have to think about what bones we need to deform him. Let's see, we would need thighs, shins, feet, upper arms, forearms, heads, a head bone, several spine bones, maybe collarbones? This seems like a lot to keep track of if we're doing it from scratch. Luckily, Blender provides a basic humanoid skeleton for you already. Let's figure out how to access it. Normally, when you add an armature object from the Add menu, the only choice you have is the single bone that spawns when you click it. However, we can turn on a native add-on that lets us add an armature like usual, but gives us the option to have the armature come as a pre-made base human skeleton. To do this, all we have to do is go to Edit, Preferences, Add-ons. From here, we can go to the search bar and search Rigify. Rigify is one of Blender's auto-rigging systems, and can be very powerful, but we'll get into that later. For now, we want to simply turn on Rigify. Feel free to read up on the documentation of any add-on by clicking its respective documentation button. button here. Let's close out of our Preferences window and try again to add an armature object. This time you'll notice that we have an additional menu when selecting armature. Feel free to try all of these out because they're pretty cool. However, for our purposes, since our character is a human, we're going to be using the human meta rig. Our next step is to simply match the joints with how we want the character mesh to bend. In other words, elbows should match with elbows, and hands should match with hands, etc. For this, we'll need to go into edit mode. Once in edit mode, we're going to want to first match the size of our character. Right now it's a bit big, so let's scale it down a bit. But when we do that, it's a bit disappointing to have the rig move up off the ground when it was already at perfect floor level. So we can simply change our pivot from median to 3D cursor. Hotkey users can press the period key and select it from the pie menu. Now, when we scale, we can have the feet stay in place while the rig gets shorter. Just what we wanted. If this isn't working for you, make sure your 3D cursor is in your world origin. You can change that by hitting Shift S and selecting Cursor to World Origin in the pie menu. Let's just scale it down until our skeleton fits inside of our character. I typically use the collarbones as reference. We also have a bunch of facial bones that we won't really need for our basic character, so let's delete them. But which ones can we delete and which ones do we need? Truthfully, the only bone you'll need here is the head. So let's just select everything here with the box select tool, and then deselect the head bone, which is actually labeled spine.006. Then delete all the facial bones at once. From here, our arms are clearly not matching, so I'm going to select the bones and move them where they belong. But you might find this a bit tedious to do for the whole body. Luckily, however, we only need to do it for half the body. To mirror edits you make on the bones on one side of your character onto bones on the other side, simply open the right-hand side menu and go to Tool. Under here, you'll see Options, where you'll be able to enable X-axis mirror. Now, whenever you move a bone on the left side, the right side will follow. Let's continue matching our rig to our mesh. For this, it might be easier to turn your pivot point back from 3D cursor to median point. The most important thing about matching your rig to your mesh is that the elbows and other similar joints match. For the spine, we'll simply make sure that it follows the general location of where a real spine would be, And for the head, we just need to make sure the pivot point is good and it fills the whole head. The collarbones should also not be too long or too short, so adjust accordingly. Now, our character has no fingers except for the thumb, so we can go ahead and get rid of all the fingers except for the thumb, the index finger, and the pinky. Oh, and technically if your character is male, you can delete the breastbones if you like. Or you can leave them in if you plan to use them in some way. Up to you. But if you do, make sure those have proper placement as well. Now that we've done all of that, let's parent our character mesh to our rig. We can do this by going back into object mode, selecting our mesh, then shift selecting our armature. From here, we can right click and go down to parent. Hotkey users can still press Ctrl P for the same menu. From this submenu, you'll notice a section labeled Armature Deform, under which we can select with automatic weights. From there, we can select our armature and go into pose mode. This will allow us to test the rig and see if the mesh is following the bones as intended. Now, if you're like me and you forgot to parent the eyes to the armature as well, just select it, shift select the armature, and parent it in the same way. It looks pretty good. If there are any issues with the deformation, make sure to correct the weights by editing the vertex groups of the character mesh. You can learn more about how to do this in the separate vertex groups video. Now, some of you might be wondering why it's called a meta rig. This seems to imply that it's sort of an in-between step for something else. Well, while the Rigify add-on does provide these meta rigs for easy humanoid skeleton rigging, that's not all it does. In fact, its main purpose is to automatically generate all of the advanced rigging features an animator might need, including IK, FK, custom bone shapes, and more. So while we can use the meta rig as an actual rig just like we did earlier, if you wanted to use the meta rig for generating a new advanced rig instead, there's just one extra step we need to do. To go over the steps from the beginning again, simply add the human meta rig, or any Rigify meta rig actually, to your scene. Then adjust the joints in edit mode to match your character, making sure not to delete any vital bones. If you were to, the Rigify generation would not work. You might be asking, how do I know if it's a vital bone? Well, if you're unsure, just reference the basic human meta rig. Any bones in this rig, save for the breastbones, are typically essential for generating a Rigify rig. Now, instead of parenting your mesh to the armature, simply go into the Armature Data tab, denoted by this green stick figure icon, in the Properties editor. Here, if you scroll down, you should see a large Generate button. Click this and wait until it's done. And there we go! You have just generated an advanced Rigify rig with constraints, custom bone shapes, and other advanced tools all customized to fit your character's shape and size. From here, you can just select your character mesh and shift select your new Rigify armature and parent your mesh to your rig as you did before. This rig is quite powerful. However, if you want to learn how to set up inverse kinematics or bone layers yourself, we will address these in separate videos. I hope this video gives you a good understanding of how character rigging works in Blender. Inverse kinematics, or IK, is one of the most common bone constraints, as it helps make moving limbs and other joints very intuitive and easy to animate. But what is IK? Well, inverse kinematics is the opposite, or inverse, of forward kinematics, or FK. So let's figure out what FK is first. To do this, I'm going to demonstrate using a simple ARM rig. You can find this base ARM rig in the same character mesh file available in the description down below in the collection called ARM Base Rig. Now let's talk about what exactly FK is. FK is simply how bone parent chains work by default. In other words, moving the parent moves the child. The reason why it's called forward kinematics is because the transformation Character rigs are definitely the most common type of rig. So in this video, we'll be going over how on the bones on one side of your character onto bones on the other side. Simply open the right hand side menu and go to Tool. Under here, you'll see Options. Inverse kinematics, or IK, is one of the most common bone constraints, as it helps make moving limbs and other joints very intuitive and easy to animate. But what is IK? Well, inverse kinematics is the opposite, or inverse, of forward kinematics, or FK. So let's figure out what FK is first. To do this, I'm going to demonstrate using a simple arm rig. You can find this base arm rig in the same character mesh file available in the description down below in the collection called ARM Base Rig. Now let's talk about what exactly FK is. FK is simply how bone parent chains work by default. In other words, moving the parent moves the child. The reason why it's called forward kinematics is because the transformation of the bones only influences bones that are further Inverse kinematics, or IK, is one of the most common bone constraints. Character rigs, Blender's auto rigging system, are going to want to first match the size of our character. Let's just scale it down until our skeleton fits into breastbones if you like, or then shift selecting our armature. From here, we can right click and go down to Parent. Hotkey users can still press Ctrl P for the same menu. From this submenu, you'll notice a section labeled Armature Deform, under which we can select with automatic weights. Click and go down to Parent if you like, or you can leave them as well. Now that we've done all of that, let's parent our character mesh to our rig. We can do this by going back into object mode, selecting our mesh, then shift selecting our armature. From here, we can right-click and go down to Parent. Hotkey users can still press Ctrl P for the same menu. From this submenu, you'll notice a section labeled Armature Deform, under which we can select with automatic weights. From there, we can select our armature and go into Pose mode. This will allow us to test the rig and see if the mesh is following the bones as intended. Now, if you're like me and you forgot to parent the eyes to the armature as well, just select it, shift select the armature, and parent it in the same way. It looks pretty good. If there are any issues with the deformation, make sure to correct the weights by editing the vertex groups of the character mesh. You can learn more about how to do this in the separate vertex groups video. Now, some of you might be wondering why it's called a meta rig. This seems to imply that it's sort of an in-between step for something else. Well, while the Rigify add-on does provide these meta rigs for easy humanoid skeleton rigging, that's not all it does. In fact, its main purpose is to automatically generate all of the advanced rigging features an animator might need, including IK, FK, custom bone shapes, and more. So while we can use the meta rig as an actual rig just like we did earlier, if you wanted to use the meta rig for generating a new advanced rig instead, there's just one extra step we need to do. To go over the steps from the beginning again, simply add the human meta rig, or any Rigify meta rig actually, to your scene. Then adjust the joints in edit mode to match your character, making sure not to delete any vital bones. If you were to, the Rigify generation would not work. You might be asking, how do I know if it's a vital bone? Well, if you're unsure, just reference the basic human meta rig. Any bones in this rig, save for the breastbones, are typically essential for generating a Rigify rig. Now, instead of parenting your mesh to the armature, simply go into the Armature Data tab, denoted by this green stick figure icon, in the Properties editor. Here, if you scroll down, you should see a large Generate button. Click this and wait until it's done. And there we go! You have just generated an advanced Rigify rig with constraints, custom bone shapes, and other advanced tools all customized to fit your character's shape and size. From here, you can just select your character mesh and shift select your new Rigify armature and parent your mesh to your rig as you did before. This rig is quite powerful. However, if you want to learn how to set up inverse kinematics or bone layers yourself, we will address these in separate videos. I hope this video gives you a good understanding of how character rigging works in Blender. Inverse kinematics, or IK, is one of the most common bone constraints, as it helps make moving limbs and other joints very intuitive and easy to animate. But what is IK? Well, inverse kinematics is the opposite, or inverse, of forward kinematics, or FK. So let's figure out what FK is first. To do this, I'm going to demonstrate using a simple arm rig. You can find this base arm rig in the same character mesh file available in the description down below in the collect.
Hi, I'm Julian Kasper, and in this video I will show you the workflow of creating stylized characters in Blender based on my experience in film productions at the Blender Animation Studio. Necessary to gender, age, time period, occupation, attitude, and potentially more. Really nail down who you want to create. Then, before this leads us into doing some first concepts, it's good to do some research. This step might make you re-examine your character, but it also should inspire and guide you on creating it. There need to be references on the character itself. Maybe you have an actor in mind as an inspiration, for example. You should also gather references for the style you want to use, which are likely going to be artworks by other people, which is okay. Then there are also references on the technical execution. If you want to go for a fur coat, then find out how other people tried and succeeded before you, which is going to save you a lot of trial and error. And of course, you should always include references from real life, like anatomy and fabric behavior and more. Know how real life works before you recreate and abstract it. Once you have all of it, display it onto a collage, ideally nicely organized in size and groups based on importance and categorization. My personal recommendation is using PureRef on a second monitor, phone display, or even printing it out on paper. Now it's time to work on the design of the character. The ideal scenario is to work from an existing concept before going into 3D. This might be your own drawing or someone else's, with their permission and credit, of course. I have to admit that in my case I didn't work from any drawing, but I can highly recommend you do so, since it will save you a lot of time throughout the process. The concept should embody a lot of the preparation from before and serve as a reference for the model. It's good to start off the 3D sculpting with some simple blocking, which means laying out the overall proportions with simple shapes. This can be done by creating and placing cubes, cylinders, and spheres, and sculpting them roughly into shape. From here on, you add more definition and detail over time, step by step. It's okay to keep the shapes very planar and rough for now, until the overall shapes are set in stone. Definitely keep multiple objects around. You don't need to sculpt everything from one object. Also make good use of symmetry options to save time. To not really worry about running out of geometry to sculpt on, there are helpful tools in sculpt mode. One is dynamic topology, which is enabled with Ctrl D, which creates and removes geometry dynamically while you are sculpting. In the options, you can further define things like the resolution and the remeshing method. There's also the new voxel remesher that remeshes the entire object almost immediately with the shortcut Ctrl R, based on its volume alone, which is a much faster and reliable method with much better performance. It even remeshes intersecting objects if you merge them. You also don't actually need to use that many brushes to get the first sculpt going. Simple draw, crease, smooth, and grab brushes are usually enough. Once everything is roughly where it should be, it's good to finally merge the separate objects, either with the Boolean modifier or by just joining them and remeshing everything with the voxel remesher. Afterwards, you can paint the objects with vertex colors to get a better impression of how the character will look like. This is very helpful, but also remember to turn the colors off from time to time, since they can obscure the actual shapes of the sculpt. You can even paint in things that are not there, like eyebrows and eyelashes, to keep things fast and flexible for now. For the hair, you can again use separate objects or extract geometry from a mask, or by using the skin modifier or even curves to create separate hair strands or ponytails. Afterwards, add vertex colors to those as well. If you don't have a strict concept art to follow, you can continue to polish the head sculpt or create design variations before settling on one of them. Just make sure that you increase the resolution and polish for the final head sculpt until you are happy with the results. Different matte caps or even your own custom ones can help you see surface imperfections more clearly. And don't worry about losing the vertex colors at this step, since they can always be repainted afterwards. They just serve as a pre-visualization right now anyway. And again, keep references on the side, especially when sculpting things like hair, which can be very tricky to pull off if you're not used to it. For the rest of the body, it's basically the same thing. Starting with basic separate objects to block out the proportions and shapes is a good workflow. Also try using the mirror modifier with a custom mirror object that serves as a center axis. This way you can easily keep the entire body symmetrical, no matter the transforms of each object. Also, don't forget to apply the scale with Ctrl A of your objects to avoid weird brush behavior. It's good to sculpt the character in a resting pose, like a T-pose, with very straightened and angular limbs, or in an A pose, which is more relaxed with, for example, 45-degree arm angles. The T-pose is a better resting pose for later rigging and animation, while the A pose will give you more accurate deformations in the animation if the character is leaning more towards a realistic style. Keep sculpting and refining the proportions and shapes until you are happy before joining everything together. For the clothing, it's again good to extract new objects from masks and refining them further by adding folds wherever there should be compression and stretching in the fabric. Vertex colors will again help you with your impression of the character so far, and you get to experiment with different color palettes. If you decide to change the overall proportions of the character, it's easier to merge all the objects of the body together and adjust everything together. Just be careful about any modifiers you might have still active. Afterwards, you can split them into individual objects again with the shortcut P in edit mode. You can again create variations of the outfit, but extracting them via masks is not the only option to create them. You can also, for example, box model a shirt, subdivide it a bit, and shrink wrap it back onto the sculpted body and continue defining it from there. Keep adding more sculpted parts of the outfits until everything is there. Some objects can remain a bit rough until you get to the final polishing later on. Before settling on the design completely, it's a great practice to test the current one and see if it can be tweaked in any way. This is also important for the later rigging and animation, to have a style guide already at hand. Before work can start on that, it's important to have a better mesh to work with, instead of the highly dense sculpt of the head right now. I can recommend to either roughly remodel the head manually from a subdivided cube that you snap back onto the sculpt with a shrink wrap modifier, or to use the new quad remesher in the Object Data tab to the side. Just make sure to have enough overall density and place the geometry a bit more accurately around the eyes and mouth with some manual modeling. Also make sure the eyelids have 3 to 4 edge loops on them to be able to close them too. Add an inner mouth and some teeth and a tongue that closely represent the later polished result, but it's okay if they're a bit rough for now. To get most of the sculpted detail back, you can add a multi-resolution modifier, subdivide it a couple of times, and add a shrink wrap modifier. Shrink wrap the original sculpt onto the new one and apply it, and you will have the detailed version on the multi-res layers. Just make sure to not shrink wrap any geometry that wasn't there in the original sculpt, like the inner mouth and inner eyes. With a vertex group and some weight painting, you can exclude parts to be shrink wrapped by adding it to the modifier. Add some shape keys, model and sculpt on each one to get different facial movements, and mix and merge them however you like to create various expressions. Be careful to only work on the base resolution, not any of the multi-res layers. For this task, you essentially only need the grab and smooth brushes to move stuff around and relax areas a little bit. Start off with the basics like closed eyes and an open mouth. You can create the same shape keys for multiple objects and either animate them together or even hook them up via drivers so that they all slide together. From there, work your way up with simple smiles, angry shouts, and very stretched and compressed expression tests. This will inform you if the current proportions work well or need to be tweaked, but by the end, you should have some appealing expressions to show off as well. Like always, references are important, even if you're just filming yourself to know how a face is really supposed to move. You might realize the eye shape doesn't really work with all the expressions, or that the eyebrows are too high by default, or the teeth are too low and small. Just tweak those areas until it looks right. Just make sure to always get some feedback from friends or co-workers before moving on to the next big step. Or if you're in an actual production, sign it off like all the other steps by an art director or whoever your superior is. To make it all look even better, you can add some additional asymmetry to insert more character and appeal into each expression, and you're done with the general design. From here on, the task is to create the actual production-ready asset and finalize the style. The sculpted character so far is sadly impossible to rig and animate in any production, so the model needs to be cleaned up. This is where the retopology comes in. Retopology is about creating a version of the model that has the lowest necessary amount of geometry with the same shapes as the original one, especially when subdividing it. Just create a new object and either start from a simple base object or just polymodel it all the way, starting from the face. Make sure to use a mirror and shrink wrap modifier and enable face snapping in edit mode to keep things close to the original sculpt. From here on, it's all about extruding, ripping, cutting, filling, and merging geometry to get the topology you need. There are a few things that make up a good retopology. The edge flow is very important, which is the direction of the loops that are going around the surface. These are all made from quads, which are faces with 4 sides, and they're led into different directions via poles, which are vertices with less or more than 4 connected edges. But never go above 5 connected edges, otherwise they might become really visible. It's very much a puzzle where you need to create an efficient and very functional version of your objects that supports any sort of movement, compression, or stretching that will happen with it once it gets animated. For example, just like for the expression tests, it's good to add some extra loops on the eyelids, since these will have to close too and need that extra geometry. Joints need a minimum of 3 edge loops to be able to bend while keeping their shape. If you want to exaggerate a crease somewhere in the face for certain expressions, also have a minimum of 3 edge loops ready, like at the laugh line or between the brows. Using the subdivision surface modifier will smooth the entire result, so be aware of stretching. That's why you should mostly rely on evenly sized quads all over the place, especially on areas that will deform a lot or are very curved. Creases and hard surfaces are an exception usually, since the former needs more density to stay sharp and the latter doesn't need any extra loops to deform well. It's generally a good practice to start from the face and to retopologize each limb separately from there and stitch them together afterwards. Make the loops generally follow the shapes and muscles of the body to support the direction they will deform to. Make sure that most loops lead back into each other. You don't want some loops to spiral all over your objects. At some point, you will have retopologized everything that was sculpted, which is when you will have to model things that weren't already there. But first, add a multi-res modifier, subdivide it a couple of times, and apply the shrink wrap over it. Then click on Apply Base and get rid of the multi-res modifier too. Now your retopology will have the same volumes as the original sculpt when adding a subdivision surface modifier. From here on out, you can model in some inner eyelids, inner mouth, polish the already existing teeth, gums, and tongue, and model in some proper eyes. When you get to the clothing, you can duplicate parts of the body to have a good base to start from. This is also the time to add some more definition to roughly sculpted objects, or adding seams and nice pockets to pants and other details. Once it's done, make sure to have the asset in the correct world scale, like roughly 1.7 meters in my case, and it's time to go to the next step. Just like the topology is the first step to some good rigging and deformations, the UV maps are the first step to good textures and materials. Just imagine you take some scissors and make multiple cuts on your cleanly modeled character, unfold it onto a flat surface, and place an image on top. This flat unfolded mesh is a UV map, and that's how texturing a digital model is done. To achieve this, you can select edges in edit mode and tag them as seams. These edges will be the cuts on the UVs. Once you have them placed, you can unwrap your mesh and the UV map will be visible in the UV editor. By enabling the stretching overlay, it will be more visible if the UVs are less ideal in certain areas. Also, already using the UV map to add a color grid texture onto the model will also show the distribution of the UV space better. The goal is very much to place just enough seams to evenly lay out the mesh with minimal amounts of stretching. But just like it's impossible to create a perfectly flat map of the Earth without some areas being a bit bigger than others, some imperfections will be hard to avoid. Also try to avoid placing too many seams that are in the face, for example, since under certain circumstances it can be easy to spot the seams. Hide the seams as best as you can. Once you have your UVs nicely unwrapped, it's time to adjust and organize them better. They should be laid out in a way where they take up as much space as possible from the 1x1 UV space. Having them placed in a symmetrical way can also be very helpful later on. Make sure the UVs are generally having the same scale unless you want some UV islands to get more texture resolution than others. It's a bit like packing your luggage and making sure everything fits in perfectly without getting all messed up. For areas like the eyes and lips, it can also be helpful to select that geometry and projecting it from the view, smoothing them out a bit and stitching them back to the rest. Whatever makes the UVs more evenly distributed. If you start adjusting UVs like this in detail, remember that you can pin UV points with the shortcut P, so that they don't move when unwrapping those UVs again. Also make sure that none of the UV borders are too close together and that no UVs should ever overlap unless you know what you're doing. You can also use UV sculpting tools for wider smoothing and grabbing of areas, but be careful not to cause too much stretching with it. Scale some areas with proportional editing enabled to get some more evenly sized UVs at the cost of some more stretching. It's always a bit of a balancing act between the two. For the clothing, it might also be important to have the UV maps laid out in neat rectangular patches. This way, it's very easy to just slap on some fabric patterns without having them distorted or go into weird directions. Just pin the borders of the islands and enable live unwrapping. Then adjust the borders to be as rectangular as possible, and the rest in between will automatically conform to it. And keep comparing it to the grid texture in the 3D view. This will be a good reference on how distorted the textures would be and how much texture resolution each area gets. Go through all the different objects with these principles and you will have some clean, functional UVs to texture in the next step. To give the character some colors, we need to add textures. Add a shader editor in the interface to edit the node-based materials and an image editor to see and paint on the textures in a 2D view. Also, as a pro tip, enable the Node Wrangler add-on in the preferences. I can recommend to just use the default principled BSDF shader in the nodes, since it has basically everything one would need during the texturing. Then start out with the basic colors. Do this by adding and painting on image textures or vertex colors and plugging the node outputs into the base color of the shader. Most nodes can be freely mixed with the Mix RGB node and each have their own advantages. Use the material preview mode in the viewport, which displays everything you're working on. Ctrl-Shift-click on any node to see that output directly. Start out with most primary colors and then mix in secondary colors. You can also then start mixing in ambient occlusion or cavity inputs, patterns, noise, and specific painted in details. Just blend the nodes together either by using screen to brighten, multiply to darken, or mix to blend between two inputs. Also make sure to paint on the alpha channel, which is the transparency on an image texture, to use as a mask by plugging it into the factor afterwards. The well-aligned rectangular UVs for the clothing will really become useful now, since images like clothing patterns can just be slapped on top and they will immediately align. Extra details like stitches can always be painted separately on top afterwards. Definitely keep all of these influences in the color as separate nodes, because once you are done, it's time for the shading. The other most used inputs in the shaders, apart from the base color, are roughness to define the glossy shine or the lack thereof, metalness if the surface is metallic, and normal to add fake high-frequency details that we didn't model in already. If you want parts to be transparent, like glass or ice, you can use transmission, and to just make them use fade away or just completely disappear, use alpha. You can also use specular to tone down the glossy highlights, but if you want to have it really realistically accurate, increase the roughness instead. Plug your individual nodes from the color also into color ramps and hue saturation value nodes to change and then remix them for the other inputs of the shader. Try to keep everything organized well enough by clumping nodes together, framing them, or even grouping them. Change the lighting conditions and test how the materials react. Adding additional lights and rotating them around manually can also help. In case of the skin, it's also good to add subsurface scattering, or SSS in short, to give it that waxy look like the light is shining through. To give a nice fake hair look on modeled hair, I can recommend the anisotropy shading, which adds a directional distortion to the glossy highlights. Turning the anisotropy to 1 by itself is not really going to look convincing or even good, since it just adds a spherical pattern based on a world axis. You need to create a second UV map, add it as a tangent node, and plug it into the tangent input of the shader. The orientation of the UVs will then influence the direction of which the highlights will be distorted towards. So all hair strands need to be laid out as flat as possible and aligned vertically. Now the shiny streaks are going horizontally across the surface instead of the fixed spherical direction of before. To fake individual hair strands of hair, you can paint a black and white texture with small value differences and plug it into the anisotropy rotation. Adjust that same directional map with a color ramp and plug it into the roughness. Add color, and you're done. Keep testing and tweaking your materials in both Eevee and Cycles, and optimize it towards the render engine you want to use later on for the final rendering. Once you're happy, you might have a hugely complex, nonsensical node tree. This can be then simplified by only looking at the necessary inputs that lead into the shader and baking everything down into a set of image textures. Just make sure you have Cycles set as the render engine, you Control-Shift-clicked on the part of the node tree you want to bake, and select an image texture node where you want to bake it to, and it should work. To speed up the baking process, set the samples to something pretty low, go absolutely overboard on the tile size, set the bake type to emit with a generous margin, and click bake. Ideally, once you're done, your character should look good whether you use Eevee, Cycles, or just material colors in the viewport. Just like we wrapped up the original design with some expression tests, this is the time to put everything that we made so far to the test with a full pose. This is to see if there are any last adjustments that should be done, like tweaking the proportions of the body, fixing stretching, etc. Of course, it's also great to not present the character in the current resting pose. The Rigify adding in the preferences can really help to get some rough poses going. Add a basic human meta rig and adjust the placement, size, and orientation of the bones in edit mode to fit the character. Don't forget to enable X Mirror to save yourself some time. Once you're done, click on Generate Rig, and there it is. Select your character, then the rig, and with Ctrl-P, parent the objects to the armature with automatic weights. With this done, you can do some exploration in the overall pose, experiment, and see what you want to go for. Since the rig is pretty procedural, there will be issues. If some deformations are outright broken, you can manually go into weight paint mode and paint out some issues. Make as many poses as you want until you find your favorite in the end. Don't forget to look at references and even make references from yourself if necessary. I recommend to have a second viewport to the side and set the shading to be completely black, maybe with some dark gray outlines. This way you can see if the silhouette is readable enough. The pose can then be tweaked towards a single camera angle or any perspective you want to render. Make sure the pose is dynamic enough, with differences in angles, enough asymmetry, and whatever else you have in mind as well. In this example, I wanted something comfortable and confident. Not a super happy victory jump or something like that, but something way more contained and down to earth. Have an idea in mind of what kind of pose you want. Then apply the armature modifiers as shape keys, and then you do essentially the same thing as with the expression tests. Add more shape keys for various non-destructive fixes in the deformations and keep comparing it to the original resting pose because the proportions shouldn't change, of course. This is very easy when animating all shape keys to 0 on one frame and enabling all shape keys on the next one. Creating variations this way is also a good opportunity. If you notice that the arms actually look a bit weird in length or the hands are too big, now's the time to make last changes before committing to the end result. Also, sculpt an expression that you like and polish it until you're happy. From here on out, you can place some lights, a nice environment, and render a final image. Render multiple angles or even a turntable to show as much of the character as possible. A so-called clay render is also good to show off the model itself, where it's rendered colorless in diffuse gray with only the bump and normal information at most from the materials. Add wireframes on top as well to show off the clean topology you created. Render those also as turntables and you have a complete character for production that you can show off. From here on, there are of course more steps like doing an actual rig for the animation testing, and the rest of the production. But in terms of finding and developing the design and style of the character, these are the steps you need, at the very least, to create a complete stylized character workflow. If you're interested in more educational Blender content, a huge asset library of all the Blender Open movies, or you want to support these projects, head on over to the Blender Cloud and say hi in the comments. You will also find a fully rigged version of this example character called Rain and various files from the creation process. I hope to see you there, and thank you for watching. Half a year of working with 2.8 kind of puts you in a different mindset. All the shortcuts are just try to get as fast improved for your needs, and I totally recommend it. So try to streamline the interface. Wireframes, wireframe on solid. I have like the see-through mode, so really it's actually included in like add-ons like speed over here that's doing the problems, but selected objects. Test to it immediately. An effort. If you look at the thing, some eyelets. It's always going to look better with eyelets.
Working on the shape, and you can see I'm trying to have the border, the outside border, as small as possible for our. So we have very little amount of transparency here, and yeah, I'm going over this. I'm trying to have the faces relatively evenly sized, but this is really simple. I mean, everyone can do this. This is really not hard, and once we've made this, let me just check here the edges, and once we've made this, we can just add in a loop cut, and we'll now this growing mint plants. And if we take a look at it now, we can actually see it looks really nice. Now let's enable the lighting and maybe decrease the HDRI, and we'll get plants that look really nice. Now, in my opinion, there's too much translucency there. I would tweak that. You can do it, for example, in Photoshop by changing just the brightness, making it darker. But that's what we did. We created the particle system. We kind of decreased the amount of repetition. Very easy. And in general, you can be creative. You can use textures for length and distribution in the particle system settings. You can mix different patterns, and you can play around with all the random values that are in these. Solve this by sticking leaves into the stem later on, but having something like this where the leaf is inside, like growing from the stem, and you have it as a texture, that is always good to use. Now, I feel like here we could maybe add some more detail. This. And now I'm just gonna model this leaf. We could have added some transparency here, but we don't really have.
Кстати, так, Page.
Даже вот в 2D играх шейдерами можно очень крутые эффекты.
Вон такой, вот это давай, вот знаешь, как вылетает снаряд, и вот от первого лица вот все вот переключается от первого лица, и вот так пуля летит вперед, вот сейчас, вот как сейчас, прям вот она вот так, да, прям пролетает. Вот давай такой.
Hi, I'm
Всем новичкам по ту сторону штук будет недоставать. В действительности, вплоть до начала 2017-го, если вы посмотрите мою папку с проектами, то в 90% из них будет недоставать файлов. Так что сделайте себе одолжение и начните управлять своими проектами правильно с самого начала. Каждый раз, начиная новый проект, сделайте для него папку. Сделайте папку для текстур, для моделей, что импортируете, и для всего прочего. Если заносите что-то в Blender, я понимаю,
want to use, which